Good evening.
Simon, you want to go ahead and get started?
Oh, it's me, and it's the Exempt Village Schools Board of Education. Order, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Fox, call attendance, please.
Amber Drum,
Here.
Teresa Dunaway,
Here.
Richard Maines,
Here.
Simon Patry,
Here.
and Zakor.
Here.
We're all present. We have a quorum and we can begin the meeting.
Thank you. Next item is 1C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I will move that we approve the agenda.
Motion by Mr. Mays. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion? See no discussion. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
and Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is item 2A, facilities update.
Yes, we have a little change in the facilities update. We had two presenters that were scheduled to come tonight to give the detailed contractor's version of the roof situation at Nevin Coppic. And I don't know, Ms. Hagan, did they get over to Broadway yet? To the roof inspection? Not yet. But there was a family situation that caused a conflict for our main presenter. And so I would suggest at this time that the facilities update be postponed until the 22nd. And both folks said right now that their calendars are available on August 22nd to come back and present to the board.
Is there a motion table or do we want to move forward?
Sorry.
Under facilities update.
Yes.
So that this,
This is a court.
okay, so this is pertaining to I didn't know if it was like the plan to build or this facilities update on this agenda was specific to Nevin topic. Is that what? I'm
Yeah,
understanding?
the report on the status of the roof at Nevin Coppic.
Okay. So I think for the benefit of the public and for my benefit as well, because we just had such a small description of what was happening. It didn't sound very good for Nevin Coppic. Can you fill us in? Because we didn't really get any other feedback on that after that meeting occurred.
Okay, I can share what I shared in the board update after the visit, and then Mrs. Hagan, if you want to fill in anything after that, feel free. We went to Nevin Coppic to view the status of the roof. The roof contractor contacted Mrs. Hagan and said that he thought it would be best if he talked to the representatives from the district in person and actually on the roof. So we could actually point out what he was describing as far as the roof's status. And his takeaways were that, of course, you have the roof, the last time the roof was replaced, you have that roof material, but then it's been patched several times. And from where we were standing, lost count. It took a while to count all the different patch areas, on the roof. They're little like oval areas, and so there were quite a few. Said that as the patch areas started to break down, then water would actually get into the roof area and get through and make contact with the ceiling materials. And then the moisture would cause ceiling materials, which are plaster type. I don't know the exact, name that they are, but they're not the drop ceiling. They're not the tiles. It's actually like a plaster ceiling above that. So, and as I put in the next piece, although damaged ceilings are always a concern, we don't ever want to see, drips coming out of the ceiling. We don't want to see discolored tiles in the classrooms or in the schools anywhere. But in Nevin Coppic and Broadway, the older buildings, in that plaster material in the ceilings is asbestos. And so we always want to make sure that that asbestos stays sealed in the ceiling. And so we want to address any issues with ceiling materials as quickly as possible to maintain the safety of the school sites. So what the roof contractor wanted to do, he wanted to come and actually talk to the whole board and make an in-person presentation, then open it up to the board for any questions that the board would have, and even answer them, right on site when he came. And again, we had tried to see if they could make it tonight or at the end of the month. And they both said that they could make it tonight, and so we scheduled it as quickly as we could. But this afternoon, we got a call that something came up and the main presenter couldn't make it. As we put in the update, maintenance department, along with our scheduled inspections by the environmental company, maintain that the air quality in all the buildings is safe. They come out, and if there's anything even uncertain about any roof areas, they address or will address them, as quickly as they see them, so that the ceiling doesn't get to any type of actual breakdown status, where there might be something that could be released in the form of asbestos falling out of the ceiling.
But the air quality is.
Oh, it's very good. This is the company, if you remember last summer, we had an issue with the windows at Broadway, and we did have some mold spores that were found. That's the company that cleaned that up, and then they were in there testing the air, and then they opened the classrooms back up when the air was back to the quality level that it needed to be. So they come out twice a year?
Actually, they're very similar, but they're two different ones.
Oh, sorry.
So the one that did our mold is environmental doctors, and they test allergens, mold, radon, that type thing. Then we have another company called West Tech, and they're the ones that do the asbestos and the mercury that's in the gym floor at Broadway, I'm sorry. So they are two different, but yet they kind of work in tandem of one another. So West Tech is the one, they come out twice a year and do their inspections. And so the most recent inspection we had, they were fine. They did find one small spot they felt would be eventually of concern, and that we should probably address it before it became of concern. So we did do that area, that small little area in the ceiling. And then at that point, Mr. Spencer and I were like, okay, why are we having these? There's got to be a reason. So we began to investigate more. That's when we called the roofer out to look at it and let us know, hey, what's going on? Could this be related? We needed answers. And so I was not with the roofer when he came out, but he's the one that called and said, I feel this is pretty important that we get people out here right away. He said, I don't have anything documented yet, but I would like you to be here and anyone that makes decisions fiscally to be present if they possibly can. I said, no problem. I will try to get that organized as quickly as I can so we can get on top of it, which is what we did.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. And so he was very kind. He brought a scissor lift out for those that were not able to climb a ladder, AKA me with my ankle. So it was very nice at what he did. We got up there and it was something to see. I had not been up there. I'd been on the middle school roof before, but I had not been on Nevin. So he explained pretty much what Mr. Stefanik had explained to us, that there were some things that he was going to think about to give some options. A new roof, if that was a way that we would go or would have to go, that could be in the upward of $600,000. But he didn't give us anything in writing, nothing in that manner. So he said he would like to come back and talk to the board in person when we're all in a whole in the community. He was very kind about that. And then our West Tech rep, Mr. Westerfield, was going to attend as well. And unfortunately, there was a family situation with one of the gentlemen, and they both felt they needed to be here in person. They have some visuals and some documents and things they would like to pass out and share with the board as a whole. And the soonest that they could make that happen for the both of them was the 22nd, our next board meeting. So they will be present to answer all our questions, because beyond that, I have not spoken to him or received anything additional. I was kind of waiting for the board meeting as well. So that's kind of where we're at. If you have any additional questions, I'll do my best to try to answer them.
So when I read the email, I did detect a great sense of urgency. I mean, I envision that sometimes cave in and call in. This has got to be, you know, this is not urgent, it's emergent. So it doesn't sound like that from what, I mean.
I think it's going to be there very quickly if we don't do something.
That was my question, and so I know it's hard, there's no crystal ball. When you say very quickly, I don't know what that means, and I'm sure weather could play a big factor in that
Correct.
timeline. Is that like,
They're looking at, you've got winter
yes,
where you have lots of snow and
freezing,
ice and
thawing.
freezing, thawing, lots of moisture. So, in our world, very quickly could be 6 months, it could be a year.
Okay,
Other people, it could be much quicker, but it's something that they felt like we needed to be aware of immediately, so we could put on our thinking caps. They were gonna put on theirs, and so we could try to come together and do what was best.
so this will be my final comment, and I'll turn it over to, because when you say very quickly, that 6 months to a year, that would not be my idea very quickly. And the reason I ask this is because, that's a lot of money, 600,000 for a building that may end up getting bulldozed.
Correct, and that's our concern. That's why I wanted both presenters to be here. And depending on a lot of things will depend on if it would be 6 months. It might be 2 months, it might be 1 month. We don't know for sure, but it's important enough that I felt we needed to have the experts here to help us all understand at the same time. So it is definitely something that is of great concern. We asked if it could be Band-Aided. We were looking to hopefully maybe a 5-year timeline or something to bide us time. And he said, no, that was not a possibility. So that became very urgent for me. I was like, okay, we need to move, and we can't Band-Aid anymore. We're beyond that point. So and I honestly don't know the options that they're gonna lay before us. I have no idea. So I know that they've been collaborating together and working together to try to come up with some different plans and ideas, because they kind of know we're in the middle of trying to figure out what we want to do for the future.
Yes, Mrs.
No, not this one.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, so I just think it's very important that we be transparent with our community. A $600,000 roof does not mean a $600,000 expenditure, because you could easily have ceiling tiles, as you mentioned, asbestos. So it's not going to be 600,000 because the roof leaks down. So the chances of it just stopping right there, probably zero. So minimum, we have $600,000. We don't know if it's going to be 800,000, million. No one knows until we speak to the presenters. But it's important to have that number. And also, to me, it's important to get it fixed immediately. Last year we had to cancel classes because Nevin had a boiler. It was too cold in the building. We had to cancel school a few times. The majority of the board just spent $550,000 on temporary aluminum bleachers. to me, a roof for educational spaces is a non-negotiable. And I would rather not wait. I just want to get the numbers, make the decision. I don't want it to be a situation where it's winter. We have to cancel class. You know, Kim does this every day. Right now, you know, if you're building a home, you might have to wait because there aren't enough cranes to hang, to bring your trusses in. And then when your cabinets get delivered, there's a labor shortage on people hanging the cabinets. I mean, that's just from a home builder perspective, which is when I am a home builder, I don't work in the schools. So I can only imagine if home builders are seeing all that, the schools are seeing the same. Labor is labor, you know, manufacturing is manufacturing. So I just don't want to do this, you know, last minute, oh my gosh, you know, we need $1 million for a roof and we're going to have to cancel school for 2 weeks. I just think that is not a great way to treat people who live in our community. So I want to handle this expeditiously and immediately and just be realistic. If we need a roof, we need a roof. And if it's not feasible to tear that building down, then we have to deal with that. And the architects, which we are currently now RFQing, they need to know that, right? Because what we don't want is an architect coming in here and saying, oh, I didn't know you just bought $1 million roof for Nevenkopic, and they don't get the bid because they were the ones that said bulldoze that school. So once we get the roof conversation established, then we can decide as a board, as a you know, committee, facilities, bring in maintenance, whoever, and say, okay, we just spent $1 million on Nevenkopic roof. As a group, whether there's 5, 10, 12 people, whatever, are we going to tear down this building? Or do we now owe it to our community to make this, you know, to rehab it versus bulldozing? That's just, we're dealing with aging facilities. It's nobody's fault. We're here now. We have to address it. This isn't about finger pointing. This is about doing the right thing today as we stand with dealing with the information and the situation that we've been given. But I like to be proactive, not reactive. So that's my 2 cents.
Anyone else?
Oh, wait, Simon, you were gonna send video clips. I never got those.
I need to figure out how to upload it. I'm not sure how to do that.
Okay, because you said you were gonna send them.
So, anything else? Ms. Hagan made me aware of this after our last meeting, and we even sent out an email to all board members inviting them to attend for information purposes only. And so I tried to videotape it. I'm not sure how good the video quality is going to be because my cell phone is one day up there, but I'll try to upload that. I'm trying to figure out how to do that in a way that doesn't compromise the quality of the video. Mr. Maines, myself, Mr. Stefanik, and then Mrs. Hagan attended as well as Mrs. Fox along with them. The way they described it at that time and was basically essentially the way exactly how Mrs. Hagan and Mr. Stefanik described it. And it just looks awful up there, and then the way that you're standing water as it is up there, and apparently that's getting into the building, and we have uncovered, unsealed ceiling tiles that could release potentially asbestos in there. So that's obviously an urgent concern, and so they're going to come back with us with something, and we're going to have to deal with it, and then we'll have to make decisions based on what we have to do. It is what it is at this point. It's very concerning, obviously. But I also want to say that we do have them coming in 2 times a year to test the air quality, and they are trying to identify spots proactively and addressing them before they become concerned and mitigating those areas. So hopefully the solutions that we provide is something that we can in a way that doesn't interfere with the school year. Anyone else? Mrs. Accord?
So I'm hearing all this, and with my former business background, if I had the powers to be, one of the first questions I would be asking is how deep are we into any retraction on that loan, those notes for the 550,000 on the bleachers?
How far are we?
What is,
So,
what the expenditures going on here? Yeah, this isn't just like a faucet, you turn it on, the money flows out. I was against the bleachers for this very thing that just happened, feeling that this 550,000, that includes the interest, I believe, on the notes, if that 400 and some is all taken out in notes. And I was against this because old age and wisdom tell you that Murphy's Law, something's gonna happen, and sure enough, and Mrs. Dunaway even brought that up. She wasn't for the bleachers either, that we could have a boiler go out, a roof repair, and lo and behold.
I hope I didn't jinx it.
Yeah, I think you did, but anyway, so that this is not like shocking to me, but what is more shocking to me is that we have a $500,000 purchase over here, and now we have an impending another upward greater than $500,000 expenditure here. And it's not an expenditure that's going to give long-term value if it's gonna be bulldozed. And this is gonna, I don't think, settle well with, it's not good sense. And so my question right now, because, I understand things have moved forward, starting with the 200 and some thousand on those bleachers, is that not anything that can be retracted or? Because if it was my model, I would nix what I could, conserve that money and put it, and set it aside, anticipating that it's going to go in some aspect with this building, whether it be trailers brought in or whether the plan is to keep Nevin topic and rehab it. But I don't know, because I don't know where we are with the contracts on those bleachers. Is this even a viable option or consideration?
I thought the initial question was about the loan paperwork as far as the bleachers go. Concrete is done, bleachers are supposed to be showing up here momentarily, to be installed. And again, to take just a wordsmith just a little bit, these are not temporary bleachers. They are bleachers that start to address the design for the stadium that is in the picture. That when we get to the next phase, we can actually take all the bleachers that are coming in this shipment, and it can become the entire visitor side, to the plan that came up. So that's it. Again, timing is what it is. Last year seemed like we had appliance and infrastructure needs that hit the budget. And this year now we have a roof situation that we have to address. But again, with the stadium process, we're almost at the assembly stage for the bleacher installation.
But in fairness, also those bleachers, I believe the initial plan was to have about 2,000 seating capacity on the home side and 1,000 on the visitor side. So this is not wordsmithing. What's going to be coming in, it's my understanding, will be roughly 1,000 on the home side, and then 300, Mrs. Hagan, on the visitor
Yes,
side.
that's correct.
Okay, so we're still, I don't want to leave a false impression. There's still more that needs to be done, and expenditures on those bleachers.
Oh, sure.
Another 1,000 seating capacity.
Sure.
And then on the visitor side, if that number is still going to be true about 1,000, then you're looking at another 700. So, the public, I believe we owe it to them to have a comprehensive understanding of what's going on here. And without those details, I don't think, we're just I think we're sort of leaving this belief that, oh, we fixed the bleacher situation. No, we didn't. We mitigated the bleacher situation. There's still more that needs to be done.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of steps left on the entire
Okay.
renovation plan at the stadium, sure.
So I don't know. This is a tough one. It sounds like you can't retract any of that money that's going to go out to those bleachers. And so I'm just throwing this out there. I'm really shooting in the wind here. Is that like if it's not likely that that building's gonna be preserved, I don't know what the cost of trailers or rentals would be. By the time you pay that off, would you have any savings by not repair, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So-
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was lost.
So, I mean, well, the bleacher thing is done, you can't retract that, that money's been committed now, and it's not gonna come back. So, just thinking ahead. You can't sell putting $600,000 into a new roof and then tell the public you're gonna bulldoze that building.
That's just the roof, that's not the ceiling.
Yeah.
Asbestos.
And that's why we thought that it was super important to have the actual contractor here. Because we could bounce those kind of questions off of him. Okay, if we don't do the new roof, what could we do if that would be a lot less expense, would keep the roof operational and effective, and then let us determine whether or not there were renovation plans or demolition plans for the building. We did say the type of patch that was used up there in the past. He wasn't recommending that anymore. That roof. So whether there's another type of patch, he would have to explain that to us.
Anyone else? Everyone.
Well, let's just say we go out for, we do a bond for next November, because that's really only a year away. And for anyone who's worked on one of these before, it takes every bit of a year. We don't even have an architect yet. If we get it done in a year, I would call that a miracle. So let's just say November, we know it's not gonna happen. Then you have to build your school, which takes about, last time, it could take 2 years.
Year and a half to 2 years.
Yeah, just say 2 years. So we're 3 years out. So at minimum, we know we're gonna have to, we're looking at, we have to keep the educational spaces preserved in the academic classrooms for, I would say, 4 years. So, right,
If it's a multi.
yeah, because we can't be looking at a short-term fix for a year.
Right.
We know we're still gonna be in that building in a year. 2 years, still gonna be there. 3 years, still gonna be there. 4 years, might be out. So, yeah, I think we're done with the Band-Aid thing. And then the other thing I would suggest is moving forward, I know I brought this up last time, but for our community members, when they see this discussion item and it says facilities update, to Mrs. DeCore's point, they might think that we're talking about the architect, building the new school, because we've been talking about that recently. So I would like it if we're more transparent with our community. To me, a way to be transparent on this particular example would be presentation about the possibility of replacing the Nevicopic roof for, $600,000. Give our community something, because right now it says facilities update, presentation, information, discussion. If I'm a person trying to rush home from work to attend this meeting, this doesn't give me any information to either make me stay home or make me come to the meeting. And our community needs to know that we need a roof at Nevin. The sooner you can get the community used to that idea and not just, hit them with a bucket of cold water. Hey, we need $800,000 for a roof and we need it tomorrow. Kind of ease them into the conversation, then I think that they're more receptive, because it makes it less of a knee jerk. So just a suggestion.
Anyone else? Next item is 2B base education update.
Yes, at the last meeting, 2 meetings ago.
Two
Meetings ago. We had a presentation on base education. The board had some questions and some concerns. And so we asked Scott to put some additional information together. And we also have some guests from base education that will be coming in through Zoom, I believe.
I hope.
I think they're out there, yep. I
Are
said,
are they there?
Brent, Robin, and Robin.
Brent and Robin. Brent, yes.
2 Robins?
One Robin.
Robin on it twice.
Sorry. Thank you, Thomas, for your help.
Okay, so when,
Yeah,
Always the one
I
that-
just could see them here participant. But I don't want to.
okay.
Are we pulling them now?
Yes.
She's ready? Individually.
Is that,
And then all,
is that for people?
yes.
Okay.
Those Roberts may be the same person.
Oh, do you have to let door shut? They're gonna be out there talking.
I think they're determining.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the meeting.
Right, right.
They're or
Yes.
whoever talks. That's always.
Oh, yeah, you stay.
Brandon, Robin, can we get a sound test from you guys?
We need to leave that.
Yes, yes.
Your microphone is muted. Your microphone is muted.
Better now. Awesome.
Robin, can we get a sound test from you too?
Oh, she can hear you.
Robin, can we get a sound test?
She can't hear you for some reason.
No, it's not working either way.
Do I message her?
Mhm.
I can't do that.
She's
Chat?
I think I see a red. next to
Yeah,
her.
she's
I need a,
She's gonna mute on you.
can you, well, I mean, but if she should still be able to hear us. She just locked out.
Thomas, you're good at the sign language. Oh, you got her. She's good.
Okay.
She's good.
You there, Robert?
She's good now.
Robin, can we get a vocal test from you?
Okay, I can hear you.
Thank
Sorry.
you very much.
On my phone, so I was a duplicate audio. Sorry about that.
All right, I'll introduce you to, thank you, Thomas, thank you, okay. Good evening, last month we shared about Base Education, an online evidence-based learning castle platform that would help our students grow personally and academically. This learning platform would help complement our health education curriculum and our Tipp City values of creating engaged citizens of the world who are respectful, are responsible, and have integrity. Our district is committed to student growth and academic excellence, and we believe that Base Education can help cultivate relationship building with our students, which can positively influence their learning environment. A few weeks ago, we were able to share the video library and content from Base Education that the board was allowed to look at for the last few weeks. In order to share more information and to more fully answer the questions that you may have, we've invited two representatives today from Base Education who are joining us virtually. First, we have Brent Nelson from Minnesota, Brent, our Northeast Regional Partnership Manager, very big title. And Robin Glenn is coming from Colorado. She is the CEO and co-founder of Base Education. They have the information on their slideshow that I just passed out that they're going to share, and then we'll take questions.
Awesome. And I think, Robin, if you'd like to lead off and kind of just talk a little bit about Base Education, why you founded it, and kind of our purpose at this point.
Yeah, you bet. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us, and we appreciate just the time that you're taking out of your board meeting to discuss this really important need for students. I wanted to just give you a little bit of basics around what BASE is. And thank you for the wonderful introduction. I think you hit the nail on the head with what we are capable of, what we can do. Essentially, BASE Education is a way to help kids deal with stress, anxiety, some of the more basic mental health needs that have been plaguing our students for decades, but have just sort of recently come into the limelight and are receiving more attention. We are a SaaS company, which means that we're a software-based company. The reason we are a software-based company, my background is clinical psychology. I was in the schools and in private practice for a long time working with kids. And what I saw was my colleagues saying, what do I do if someone talks about anxiety in the classroom? Or what do I do if they talk about feeling stressed out or not adequate enough to deal with their academics? How do I handle that? And so when you deal with it from an academic stance, it's one thing, but when you're looking at it from sort of that mental health wellness space, it's a different can of worms. And so BASE was really created to help teachers to not have to have those conversations. And so that a student can get on one-to-one to device and be led through a wellness conversation that helps them build the tools and coping strategies that they're going to need for life to apply these to get through not only academics, but the workforce and life in general. And so it goes through, our modules go through kind of the intro to the subject, to the science behind it and the neuroscience behind it, and then into coping strategies and knocking down previous barriers to help them feel strong enough to face the world, not just academics. If a teacher wants to engage and wants to have that dialogue, we also have the paper-based traditional method of working through the mental health needs. One thing I want to point out, which I always point out, especially in today's day and age, is our program has nothing to do with the critical race theory. I know that's a pretty hot topic these days, and I truly believe that has no basis for being in schools. I do believe that anxiety and stress and some of those academic barriers are at the forefront, and that's really what we're aiming to hit. So if, in case there are ever any questions, which tends to come up pretty readily, especially when we're looking at organizations that made back the critical race theory in schools, that's just not where we're coming from. So I just wanted to allay any concerns or questions. So BASE is just, to get back to your question, Brent, just a tool to help our educator friends to better deliver content and support their students, and to give students the autonomy and privacy to work through their issues on their own and help them be workforce and career ready.
Awesome. Thank you, Robin. And then I know there were some questions that were addressed at the last board meeting. I think some of these might be a little bit repetitive, Don. So if you want to stop me at any time, go ahead. But I think one of the questions that came up is, how is BASE education evidence-based? And I think one of the things that I always like to point out is, we're not new to the social and emotional learning space. We've been around now for over 8 years. We were the first fully digital solution approved by CASEL. And CASEL, for those of you that don't know, is recognized really as the gold standard of SEL platform reviews. And over the last 8 years, we've provided a number of outcomes or produced a number of outcomes, much like the outcomes you're seeing on the page here, which is a study we did with the Excelsior Youth Center as one of our partners. And I think, 87% of the students that use BASE feel successful when they're using it, right? They think about it on their own time, which when I think about my own kids, I'm not sure they do the same with some of their core academics for sure. They're using what they learn from BASE in their absolutely everyday life. And they're saying things to BASE that they're oftentimes maybe just saying to a therapist or one of your counselors. And as the father of an 11-year-old who's been seeing a therapist for the last 3 years because of some anxiety and depression, I think that's pretty powerful. And what that's allowing your team to do is really connect with these students and understand what those kids might be going through on an everyday basis. So how has it really improved student life and learning? Look, I think through some of our tools like Baseline, which is our survey, really created to measure student SEL growth, and then give your teachers a tool to understand what kids are dealing with that they might not otherwise know, right? I think one of the things we always talk about is finding those kids that are hiding in plain sight. And I think Baseline really helps you with that. So look, it's improving attendance based on the studies that we've done with some of our partners. The negative consequences, there's a 42% decrease in those as well. There's more emotional engagement, and then of course reducing absences, which obviously by doing that, you're most likely improving grades as well. So why is SEL programming important for students? And again, this comes right from the CASEL website. But according to a 2009 study, 27% of students improved their academic performance at the end of the program. 57% of students made gains in all of their skill levels. 24% of students improved social behaviors and lower levels of distress. 23% of students have improved attitudes. And then 22% of students also show fewer conduct problems. And then this is also from the same study, but you can see the comparison between schools that do have an SEL program to maybe some of those that don't. And between skills, academics, social behavior, emotional distress, attitudes, and conduct problems, there's improvements across the board when it comes to adding an SEL program to a district. So I know another question that came up was, how do we actually protect student and privacy data, right? So you can see here, and I can read through all these if you'd like, but we encrypt all the data in transit and at rest. We do not sell or share any student data with third parties. All of our student data is stored on servers right here in the US. We are SOC 2 Type 1 certified. We're also certified by IMS Global, which is now One Ed Tech for data privacy, and we do have regularly scheduled penetration testing performed by a third party. So what other districts are using base education? Overall, right now in the US, we have over 200 district partners and 1,500 schools using us. Some of our partners right there in Ohio are Toledo Public Schools, Portsmouth City, Westerville City, Morgan Local, Princeton City, and our most recent partner right now, Trekka Digital Academy. And last, who creates base education content? So Robin herself does a lot of the writing of our content for base education, but these are some of the people that review all of our content for us. And to kind of give you a little bit of background on these individuals, Dr. Kelly actually has her PhD in psychology and counselor education from The Ohio State University, and also her master's degree from OSU in rehab counseling. Jamie, Bachelor of Science from the University of Toledo, so right there in your backyard as well. She's got over 20 years of hospital experience right there at the Cleveland Clinic. Amy's a licensed professional counselor for the last 20 years. She's consulted and with a number of adolescents, their families, and school administration. And then Barb's been working in the SPED space since 1986, spending time as a SPED teacher in public schools, residential, day treatment, hospital, and juvenile justice settings. So that's kind of just a brief snapshot of the questions I know that Don wanted us to review, but I can certainly stop there and maybe address any other questions that you may have.
We can open it up if you have questions for Robin, Brent.
I have one. We have guidance counselors, correct?
Yes, yes.
How does this change their role?
The role of the school counselor.
Yes.
So this digital content learning platform will be a part of their school day. So it's going to look different depending upon the level. It is a K-12 learning platform. In the high school, it will be part of their schedule during homeroom, which is a 15-minute period. So this is something, Rick, our general education teachers will be administering with the students inside their room, like during the homeroom period. At the middle school, it will be part of their Red Devil period as well. In talking to the school counselors, specifically in 612, they are going to potentially use some of the videos as they need to with students who may come down who could benefit from additional content. The way that we're trying to plan it now, we're still viewing some of the content, is planning monthly lessons for all of our students. And then the counselors could also use some of the digital library to specifically target the needs of the students who come down to their office during drop-ins. So the school counselors will use it as an additional resource, but it really will be infused during our regular school day on a monthly, monthly and weekly cycle.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, for myself, I'm the assistant principal at the high school. I'm planning it out for each grade level. 9, 10, 11, 12 each have their own separate set of lessons so that we don't exhaust the whole library in one year. It'll rotate through grade levels. So I will be planning those on Mondays, sometimes Mondays and Fridays, once or like twice, 2 times a month, bi-weekly. So it just depends. There's a lot more content for certain topics than there are for others, and there are a few that we want to make sure that we're getting in the opioid awareness and the suicide prevention are 2 of the bigger ones. So those take a little more time. But they're planned out. Teachers will know what's coming, and they're all assigned for certain days.
Does this take away from other subject areas, the time?
No, it will not be part of an academic period. No. Now, we did talk about last time, Red Devil is used for intervention. So like I said, we have 2 new counselors who I need to meet with to determine how we want to roll this out after talking with Miss Alexander last year. So we will work on a schedule with the counselors and with the MTSS committee on how we want to implement during Red Devil, not to take away, like we have 5 days of Red Devil, allowing our students intervention time. So this will be a component of Red Devil, but not every day, 5 days a week. So it will be a component. So we want to work with them, similar to what Ms. Cooper's doing in making sure that our 6th graders are getting, learning content, 7th grade, 8th grade. So it's on a grade level basis. Because, and I talked to Brent about this, the video library, they update, but those are the videos that are there for all the grade levels in 612. So we want to make sure it's thoughtfully planned. So what a 6th grader may see and then a 7th grader and 8th grader. So it's not the same video every year, except of course our health education requirements where they will be viewing those every year. And just to answer your question about K3, Ms. Gress and Mr. Gingrich are using the videos as part of their character club and kindness club. They plan to integrate the videos that fit into that curriculum.
Does this kind of override parent responsibility though? I mean, aren't we kind of bypassing family values or instilling some?
I don't see it as bypassing family values. I honestly, I see it as a resource because parents can view all of the same things their students are viewing. Because we don't want to just pay attention to those academic skills. We want to pay attention also to those wellness skills, the social emotional development of our students, because they are, we talked about the last time we have, students who they aim to perform very high. And so with that comes a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety. And we want them to know like that this might be what you're feeling, help them identify those feelings and then help give them the tools that they can use to work through those things during the school day. But there is that transparency between parents and the school. Again, I think that this is just a great way to give them knowledge, to help them understand what they might be feeling or what their friends might be feeling.
And that's why we said too, it's a complement to our current curriculum programming and to what parents and families are doing at home. I think it can open up great conversation. I'm a parent of 2 children. I don't have Robin's experience in the clinical neuroscience. So as I'm going through these videos, I'm learning a lot about brain science because they do incorporate that in. So I do think it helps promote 2-way conversation with your child at home, and parents will have access.
Well, I know I've read so much both ways, and it's so hard to figure out. But I know the big concern, and he addressed it, was on the CRT and so forth. And you mentioned that it is no way connected to this particular base education. What kind of guarantees do you have that it's not or never will be? What is the concern there?
Robin, were you going to
pick from, we have a list of titles and access to the videos, and we are able to pick the ones we want to use and then remove the ones we do not want to use.
Okay.
But as far as a guarantee.
Yeah, Robin, were you able to hear Mr. Main's question, Robin?
I was, and I think that's a great question. We want to respect the values of all of the families who are members of your community. It is by no way ever our intention to infringe upon a family's values. Our intention is to be a science-based tool that can help kids deal with issues that we all globally and empirically deal with, regardless of belief. We just don't cross those boundaries. School is not the place for that, and we don't do it, and nor will we ever. And I have complete control over what content is released and what courses we write. It just doesn't belong in school, so it's not a part of what we do.
I know that Ohio requires or has standards. So, on this particular SEL issue, so schools have to have an SEL program. And
They
am I
do,
correct?
they do not. So,
Right,
and that was
yeah.
covered last work session. So I actually followed
I
up
didn't
with,
catch that.
with the SEL coordinator from ODE. I actually talked with Brent about this today. The state of Ohio did release the SEL standards, of which make up the CASEL framework and base adheres to as well. There's 5 competencies. However, in the state adoption in 2019, it is upon recommendation of the district and the local community, as we discussed, of how you want to implement. So it's a recommendation. It is not a mandate. There is not an assessment component in any way from the state of Ohio. So they are not mandated like a math curriculum is. So it is different.
There are 2, what are the 2 that are in the health curriculum? Health
Oh,
standards.
sorry. Yeah, the 3 components that BASE is helping us with, Rick, in regard to health education legislation coming up next year in 2023, suicide prevention, social inclusion, and safety assault prevention. And BASE education does give us an online platform to address those components. And our health teachers do a phenomenal job for our students when they're taking health. We just don't have health class every year. So the state requirements require us to give 1 hour per year per topic, so 3 hours a year to students in grades 6 through 12. Currently, we have health education in grades 7, 8, and 9. So this will help us in the other grade levels for that requirement.
And we are the only social emotional learning platform that does have a comprehensive substance use and misuse drug prevention program, which was approved by the FBI and the DEA. And so we take that very seriously and looking at, alcohol, marijuana, and, like opioid prevention. There are other ones as well, but those courses don't have to be opened up. But we do take that seriously, especially as we see the opioid epidemic increasing tenfold year over year with youth. So that portion is used heavily in health and science classes as well.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Questions?
Mrs. Zakor?
So this base program was conceived, 8 years ago, is that correct?
Yes.
And who are the owners of the program?
I'm the CEO and co-founder. My other co-founder is the head of technology. And then we are owned by other shareholders as far as from the financial side.
And you are a for-profit organization, I'm going to assume.
We are. We actually struggled with that for a while. And the reason at the end that we decided to go with being a for-profit company is because at the end of the day, we're a technology-based company. And to be able to fund the technology and all of the security that Brent referenced, that part of the company is very expensive. And so to be able to make the ends meet for the technology requirements we would have, especially also being able to make the business decisions we needed to be able to make to keep this growing, to get it into the hands of as many kids as possible. Our accountant advised that we go in the for-profit realm, even though I'm a nonprofit heart for sure.
Okay. So I have a sort of a 2-component thing here I want to address. I, as a board member, reading our policies, and I brought this up, I was the one who brought it up at the last time I was here. It's a big deal for board members to weigh in on curriculum for their local community, because every community is different. I see where there could be great benefit in your program with the right community. And I don't mean this offensively, I mean this very sincerely. High dysfunctionality in communities often benefit from this. Our community is not highly dysfunctional. We are a very strong community with what I want to say.
I think her mic just.
Okay. So, I that's why I believe that the way it was written for the SEL is giving that autonomy and that assessment to each community based on what their particular needs may or may not be. So the first thing I want to say is the adoption of this. I think you circumvented the board. I brought that up. And I think that needs to be remedied now and moving forward. The adoption of textbooks, policy 2510, I went through these, curriculum development 2210, adoption of courses of study 2220. They're important because we represent the voice, and we've already got a couple emails. So it's that teaming, that partnering that needs to take place, in my opinion, and that was sidestepped. So whatever that remedy is going to be, I think it needs to be done. Somebody wants to challenge, the language in here, I'm certainly receptive to it. The actual program itself, I listened to your studies and your outcomes, and I'll be very honest with you. Everybody can do a study and everybody can produce an outcome. I lived and died in the journal world with some very technical information and in vascular, and we know that not all studies are quality studies, and you can pick them apart pretty readily. So I personally don't get all excited about, quote, the study that you're showing. And I'm not here to pick a fight, I'm just being very genuine with you as best I can. There, you know, like for example, double-blind placebo control, I doubt that that occurred with a group of students or with base and then another similarly situated students without base. I doubt that that occurred.
May I say something in regard
Sure.
to that? We
Sure.
do have a study. We did a randomized controlled study done by a third party. And so that study is on our site and we'd be happy to send that to you. It's really important, especially to me with my background in clinical psych, that these kids, we see no harm, we do no harm, we see no regression, and that they like it and they're benefiting from the program. And we need to put our money where our mouth is. And so we did go through those steps, and that is how we became Castle approved.
And I don't doubt for a minute, like I said earlier, that there are probably subsets of the students that can greatly benefit from this. Because number one, somebody's giving them attention and time, and they may not even be getting that in their home environment. But like I said, Tipp City is, I don't see it as being in that realm. There's a lot to unpack here, I'll tell you. I went on some of your modules and you said this is not critical race theory, but I'm looking at social justice series and equity, where the students explore their own sense of privilege. I don't know what that means, because I don't know really what that means, their own sense of privilege. I would suggest to you, as an American, having traveled to many parts of the world, we as all Americans are very privileged. We live in one of the most privileged lands on this earth. And so to break this down to somehow, I don't even begin to know what that means, to explore their own sense of privilege. Is that a privilege of their homeland, their country? Is that a privilege of their community? Is that a privilege of their skin tone? I mean, I don't know what that means. And then it gets more interesting that who just defines what that privilege is. I think this is segueing into things that are not in the realm of schools. That's my personal view. This should be handled by families, depending on, you know, if it's or a rabbi or an imam or a priest or preacher or a monk or none of those. To me, this does not fall into the realm of the government schools. And I'm concerned that we are starting a pathway, also benign, and also under the umbrella of therapeutics, that we are starting a pathway to indoctrinating. And I just have a problem with that. So right there, and I heard the comment, we're going to prepare kids to face the world. No, I don't agree with that. As a registered nurse and study child development, you don't really have a sixth grader preparing them to face the world. They're in a stage of adolescent development that you want to nurture that and address that and encourage that so they can move successfully into that next phase. You know, that early, middle, and late adolescent and young adulthood phase. So I'm not quite even sure what that means, face the world. We're not going to turn them out there and say, go do it. Okay, go find a place to live and figure it all out. We don't do that to sixth graders.
Right. I think those are the building blocks in preparation. That's what I meant by that comment.
The next thing is define restorative practices. Again, this can be a very slippery slope. I don't know what we're restoring. And whatever restorative, I have great faith in our parents and our family environment. And I'm not sure that teachers should even be strapped with this. We actually even have a policy where teachers are prohibited from making any type of diagnosis, assessment, etc. And
restorative practices, it's a concept called restorative justice that schools are certifying their educators in. It's if a student does something to offend their neighbor somehow in the classroom, it's a way to keep the classroom safe and to restore the trust in the classroom and to feel like it's a safe space so learning can resume without destruction of that time.
So Robin, here's where I think you start getting into the tricky breakdown. You said if a student does something to offend somebody in the student, well, that could be a comment. And we talk about diversity, and if we're truly going to be diverse, we have to make space for all opinions and positions on various issues, whether it's our sexuality, whether it's our privilege. And so there again, right there, who's making that determination? What's the offensive comment?
It's not in regard to a comment. Restorative justice usually takes place around some type of infraction. If it's stealing, if it's cheating, if it's losing one's temper in a classroom and making other people uneasy in that way, it's coming back in and finding a way to make amends with your classmates and restore the sense of community as quickly as possible.
Well, I don't think that's a really key, stressful situation with Tipp schools. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I mean, I really am not. My son, middle school, years ago, he had this cool looking Hollister coat stolen. And the kid wanted it so bad, it was heartbreaking, you know, and he wore it. That was even the more heartbreaking thing of it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, yeah, and so there's a unique set of emotions going on there. So restorative, I think that's, I don't know, I have a little bit of what that is. And then social justice, we talked about that. There's the LGBTQIA, where we're talking about opening the conversation to lean on compassion. Again, I don't know how this is, if this is really belongs in the domain of a school. I think it belongs in the domain of the families. And
so these are courses that can be turned off. And those are only for schools that request those courses. And those are courses that many school districts, we don't even enable those courses and nobody ever sees them. Those are for more of our therapeutic programs that are outside of schools or for states that welcome that type of topic. And we respect the boundaries of what makes everyone feel comfortable.
okay, and I appreciate that option. I think that's great and, you know, very foresighted.
This is support, those are topics that we did not select for our group.
And with all due respect, Ms. Cooper, we would know that because we were not included in part of that process or that approval wasn't brought to the board for us to understand that. So, but I mean, I certainly take your word on that and I'm not doubting it for one minute. But even without that module, the problems to me are still here. And again, I just feel that the real short answer of all this, doesn't belong in the hands of a government school. It belongs in the hands of families and and for the money, the cost right now, and we're just talking about some very big expenses coming up. I think that can be utilized in a different way. There's a section in here on equity that means everyone gets what they need to be successful, no matter where they are from. What they look like or who they are. I mean, that sounds great, but it also has a little bit of a ringtone because of my travels, a little bit of a Marxism to it. Everyone gets what they need to be successful. You know, that socialistic, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you, our revised code, I've got it here, requires public school systems to promote democratic principles in grades K through 12, wherever possible. Let's see if I can pull that up for you. I mean, it is a statutory requirement, our democratic principles. And we all know those evolve around capitalism, that's part of entwined in our economic system. The diversity. And then the last thing, one thing that really caught my eyes, the summer of 2018, the research findings, on average, participants, I'm going to assume students, disclose 10 personal aspects of their lives per module. I guess that's in that journaling part. And I'm thinking 10 personal aspects of their lives. I worry because they are children, and what they divulge as a 7th grader, they may have great regret as a 9th grader. I mean, I'm just telling you that having raised 3 kids, they're in development. And so I don't even know that that's such a great asset for them to be disclosing 10 personal aspects of their lives per module. If there's something going on that requires some type of investigate or drilling into that, there's avenues that are available to children for that. So in summary, I saw also the fight words. I know that's a big thing now for started with terrorism in our country, and they've figured out certain words repeated a certain amount of time can indicate some really impending violence that may be coming. But again, I don't think we really struggle with that as a community. Not to say we couldn't. So the long and short of it, I guess I feel like it is curriculum that needs to be moved by the board, before the board. And I feel that at this point in time, I have more concerns than I do support for the program.
Anyone else? Did you want to respond to any of what was just said?
You know, I don't. I think that everyone has their own values, everyone has their own beliefs. And to rebut any of what was said wouldn't be productive. We know that when a student is given the space to share their feelings or the introspection to learn about themselves, we learn things that we've never learned before. We learn things that with the student to counselor ratio of 500 to 1 is the national average, the counselor can't pick up on all of it. We know that things happen in every home where maybe a parent isn't trained in how to teach their kid about self-esteem or anxiety or test prepping. Parents aren't given a manual, so we wanted to help parents out. There are also parent modules for that systemic connection, so parents can help to learn how to talk about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. What motivates you, my kid? Let's have this conversation at the dinner table. We're coming from a place, I think we all want to help our kids. How we interpret, how we help them is where the difference may lie. We have options. We can do the one-on-one computer to student model. We can do the option where a teacher follows along and students aren't giving their responses in privacy. And we also have the option where a student can take a module one-to-one but not give responses. We're really trying to just do that blanket way that respects everyone's comfort and privacy in a way that doesn't ruffle feathers as best we can. And so when we look at suicide prevention and violence prevention and getting into schools, you're gonna ruffle some feathers. We've prevented school shootings, we've prevented countless suicides, and we know this because the educators have told us. And so for us, this is a mission that this is something it's a privilege to be able to do this every day. And I understand we have our differences and how this lies. So if we can help to serve your very competent and wonderful community, all kids need a foundation. It would be our privilege to help with that. So we thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Thank you, Brent.
Thank you.
Did you have questions, Simon? Yeah, like they never let Simon ask his questions because he was getting ready to talk.
No problem.
That was weird. They just signed off. That was bizarre.
All right.
Stacy. Do you want to ask Dawn? Or no?
I'm okay.
Are you sure? Okay.
Anyone else? Do our presenters have anything else they'd like to add or say?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, and I'll let Mr. Stefanik talk about the textbook adoption. I know we did not forget that that was a raised concern last time, so I'll let him address it. In regard to many of the just comments about Tipp City's specific community, that is what we are trying to honor and respect and reflect. You know, as many of us learn more about the community only in year 2, but it's to complement the great program that we have in allowing our students, like Robin said, I think very well, giving our students a space to express some of the stresses and anxieties they have that I've seen in 15 years of education at a very high performing district, of which this is similar to, and allowing us to have some of the health education legislation that we know we need without going out. And I explained last time, Rick, you weren't here, that we tried Tri-County and Montgomery County, and we know these requirements are coming, and Base did have a really good comprehensive online program for some of our health education needs as well. And I also like, because I've talked to 3 or 4 different companies, they give us more personalization. So some of the video, you know, the videos as we're all perusing the content and learning about what videos can help complement and reflect the values and some of the things we want our students here to learn about and wrestle with, that looks different than maybe students in Columbus City or parts of the rest of the country. So I really value that, Ms. Sikora, of the video, you know, the videos that you raised, and just that it's not a one size fits all. And I think in talking to many of these different vendors, not everyone works with you in regard to the personalization of your district, like Base has been willing to do. So that's just another feature that they do allow you to choose the content that works for your community.
And I just wanna add real quick that I do think that we're doing our student population a great disservice by saying that the need isn't there. Working at the high school level and being the person who interacts with the student body the most as far as administration goes, I spend a lot of time de-escalating students. I listen to them when they cry. I listen to them to say how stressed out they are. I have done restorative practices with students who are arguing, and it is as simple as they are sitting here, this one is sitting here, and you're facilitating a conversation to kind of mend a bridge. I have sat and participated in suicide assessments. So to say that these kinds of issues of anxiety and depression, you know, the stress to perform at my best, those things very, very much are present in the building. I'm not saying our entire building is walking around with mental health everywhere they go, but to say it's not an issue, I would strongly disagree with that, respectfully. Just because I'm the one there every day and I see it all the time. I also want to just say that, you know, and all of the studies we've read, that we've learned over time, and any which way we've learned it, our most successful human beings are the ones that have a very high level of emotional intelligence with their academic intelligence. And introducing students to this kind of information that would allow them to have a clear understanding of what they're feeling will help them to relate to others, this will all just help them become even more successful. So I feel like that this is a very, very important component of education for our students, because I do feel it goes hand in hand with academics.
I was talking a lot, and I don't recall saying that the problems don't exist in Tipp City. I'm sure there's pockets of it. What I was trying to say, and maybe not very effectively, is that I don't think that it's so pervasive, okay, in our community, for whatever reason. That's what I'm trying to say. And as far as getting the children to express, I appreciate that. But again, I think the role of the family is really, really key there. And I noticed on all these modules, I didn't know how many, I didn't really count them, but there's quite a few, maybe 20, 30.
I only know 4.
I glanced through, but I noticed there was not one module on spirituality. That's very intriguing to me.
There's a module on mindfulness, but they're not going to talk specifically about religion.
Well, we talk about it in schools, we certainly present the different aspects of Christianity and Muslim and Judaism. And so I'm just saying, there was no real module on spirituality. And then the second thing I wanted to say was that there was really no module on the importance of defaulting you back or even referencing or considering your parent, your guardian, your family unit.
There's actually a module in there that's related to learning how to talk with adults about your feelings.
Okay, that's fine. And that's very valuable, especially in that late adolescent work, establishing non-parent,
It didn't say
healthy
non-parent.
adult relationships is critical for that advancement from the nest or from the home, if you will, go out and have the independence. But what I'm saying prior to that, there's nothing really in here that talks about the family unit. We are so important, and I'll get back to that. And teachers can only do so much. They're not trained. And so even with all this collection of data and you see it, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to say? What are you going to do with it? Probably maybe default them to a counsel, or we're doing that anyway. I don't know. I just see a lot of problems. And I will always be the first to champion, and I've said it, parents, the family is the first line of defense in the home. Teachers are first line of defense in the classroom, and they have to understand and respect that independence and interdependent relationship. Oh, and for $22,000, after hearing about that roof at Nevin Copy,
The 22.5, it is $22,500. And I think I put it in our handout last time. That would come from the student wellness funds that are allocated by the state specifically for student wellness. So there is an amount now that the state, it's become larger amount due to some of the mental health concerns. I think I said that last time. I apologize if it's redundant, but for this current year, they've given us $306,000 that is supposed to be allocated for student wellness and mental health. So that is the funding source that we would use for any program. Mr. Stefanik, did you want to talk about the textbook adoption that was brought up?
I was just waiting to see if there's any kind of comment first. After you want. I know we're in front of this and that the presenter's cut off, but I didn't know if you present something before.
Go ahead.
In relation to the reference to the board policies and textbook adoption, I'll just go back. I mean, I can go back several years, but I'll just go back to the presentation by the related arts. Is that what you called your big group?
Related arts, unified arts, yes, I know. there's different-
The related arts
Yeah.
presentation
Related
that were made to the board. When they came and they presented the whole breadth of things that they were going to address in the various areas and all the standards that they were going to address. I believe in the health area, they listed some of the things that they were going to use, and then they said and related resources or other resources that would help them address the standards. In my experience, when boards actually have addressed textbook adoption, it was back in the day when companies tried to address A to Z, all the standards, in the courses, and you said, we're going to go with this company because we think it addresses the majority of the standards that are in the Ohio standards. But once the board addressed that textbook and that textbook adoption, that's not to say the teachers didn't bring additional resources into the classroom to bolster whatever was in that textbook. So with that as a framework, I saw the presentation by the related arts teachers when they came in and they presented the materials. I saw when the board accepted that I saw that as the textbook adoption piece. Then the teachers and the curriculum folks and the administrators, then they look for areas that can bolster the curriculum. And for me, I would put base as a tool or a resource in that framework. And so with that being said, with the related arts approved by the board a couple of months ago, as other resources are found to supplement the program and the standards, that's where I put base. And so an informative piece, which Ms. Scott was doing when she came forward a month or so ago, the informative piece to the board was saying, hey, we've got this extra piece and we're bringing this in to help out the health curriculum, to help out the health standards. But I don't any way or any form consider that to be an online textbook or the only thing that the students are going to learn, because with it being a resource, they're not going to hit, Base has their full library. We're going to make some choices about what goes into what we would consider the Tipp City mental health library. And students aren't going to go through that, this video and that video and that video and this lesson and that. They're not going to go through that. They're going to go through the ones that they need, or if there seem to be ones that might help students move forward with some problem solving, some decision making, some choices or whatever that would help them personally, they would pick those videos and go through those. So it's different than my understanding when I used a textbook, and when I was in the classroom back in the day, there wasn't online, it was just textbooks. And we used a textbook. Our job was to go through the textbook, in total and hit as many standards as we could in that given year. Students weren't given choices, or they weren't given assignments in that textbook just based on need. This is one of those resources that counselors and educators can draw from in order to hit the. So I think the board needs to provide some guidance on that policy because I have a different interpretation of what a textbook is and what comes before the board, for approval. Not trying to exclude anybody, not trying to, but in my experience, it's been done in a different way in previous experiences.
So in policy 2510, adoption of textbooks, going back to the electronics, because I was hardbound raised also. Electronic textbook is defined as computer software, interactive video disc, CD-ROM, computer courseware, which is programming, online service, electronic medium, or other means of conveying information to the student or otherwise contributing to the learning process through electronic means. I would say that's very descriptive of what BASE is. But even if that doesn't fill the bill, I would question adoption of courses of study. No course of study shall be taught in the schools unless the board adopted it. And there's more in there under that policy. That's policy 2220. So again, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Stefanik, but if that does become the model, I think it creates a model that allows appropriately, that's the standard of the model that's going to be accepted, appropriately disfranchises the board's involvement and any oversight of that, and therefore that hence also disenfranchises the community that elected these people to come in and be a voice for them. That's how I see it.
Anyone else? So I struggle a lot with what we've been discussing. I was glad to hear that this is not critical race theory. I firmly believe that critical race theory has no real place in city schools. I do, however, also firmly believe that we could benefit from a lot of the types of things that they're indicating BASE does. We have had an increasing number of our students need mental health services that have increased year over year. We have our administrators identifying the need. And so we need to do something related to that need. And while we do have an affluent community with very strong family values and supportive of each other and a very good community, a lot of these issues, even if it's isolated in a small percentage of the community, still bleeds into the other portion of the community. And I think that the skills that these things are alleged to teach would be very useful for everybody. And I do have concerns about some of the titles. My suspicion is that I'm inferring things that don't exist in the titles. I do think it'd be worthwhile to understand the videos and the curriculum better from the board. I think it'd be more useful for the community too. We obviously have a need. This seems to fit that need. We're being told it's not critical race theory, and it's not going to present things that are contrary to our values. And so given what we hear now and what we've seen happen in other communities, I think if that's the case, then maybe having a more collaborative process, not only with the Board of Education, but with the community would be worthwhile, so that we can get this to the school district, if it's in fact doing what it appears to do, to satisfy the need for our students. The other thing too is potentially having an alternative for anyone who may want to opt out as a family or a parent. You know, understanding how to deal with someone stealing or losing their temper or things like that, and things that we've all kind of experienced in the school system forever. And now it's just potentially just got a different name, like restorative justice versus, you know, when I was in school, it was detention and you talk to the principal together about what happened. Yeah, right. So I don't know if that's what it is, but it's scary to me because you hear about a lot of different things and you never know if it's the news trying to get viewers, it's a politician trying to get votes by scaring people, or whatever it is. But obviously we have some needs here, and to the extent that we can satisfy them, I think we need to. I do agree that it needs to be reviewed by the board, and I think also some collaboration with the community. The other thing too is we've discussed a lot about the cost of the program, including other costs that are coming to the school district. Our school district, for better or for worse, the maintenance and repairs have not occurred the way they should have. We have a lot of needs that are coming up all at once. That's just the reality of where we are. We did not invest as a community, or we're unable to. And as it's been suggested by other members, it is what it is. Essentially, we're here where we are. And so there are going to be costs that we're going to have. We're going to have to make some tough decisions, and it's not going to be fun to do that. But I think that we need to keep that in mind, obviously. And so $22,500 certainly isn't not an insignificant amount of money. But if it can translate to a return on investment that makes sense to me, if there's an alternative way to do this and accomplish what we need, there's always that option too. And so I guess to concisely summarize what I'm saying here is, it sounds like we have a need. It sounds like this type of program, if not this program, may satisfy that need to the benefit of the school district. It's unclear to me whether that program doesn't have certain aspects of things that I would prefer not to have in such a program. And until I understand that, I would be uncomfortable moving forward. What else? Mrs. Dunaway?
I wrote down several notes. I'm sorry the presenter kind of clicked off, so I didn't want to ask my local questions and be disrespectful of their time, because I have local things that don't really pertain to who wrote the modules. And I only looked at 5 modules. It's a busy time of year, and it is what it is. I looked at 5, and from the 5 modules that I looked at, I would have to kind of piggyback off of what Rick said. This is we're on a slippery slope of being a parent. We are educators, we are not parents. And most of the stuff I saw were issues that should be handled at home. Now, I was a kid that grew up without parents, so I understand that a lot of children come to school like I did, and they look for a parent in that school. That was my parent. So I understand kind of like, I'm coming from both sides. Now I am a full-time, very involved parent, so I kind of have both flavors of that. But the modules that I read I was uncomfortable with, because let's just say Billy takes one of the modules that I read. And at the paragraph at the end, it says, how do you feel, or please explain. So Billy writes all of his information in there, and then he's identified because he has fireworks. So now he has to go down to the principal's, I know it's the assistant principal's, but principal's office. Well, now you're relying on the values of that person, right, to decide if the words that were written in that paragraph that were put forward by Billy, two different people may interpret that differently. So that's what I don't like about it. And then also, if there's something that goes on in the classroom, again, you're relying on somebody else's values. If, Amber is the person that's doing something in the classroom, and all the kids are like, her name just keeps coming up, Amber, and probably the teacher's like, Amber, are you doing this? And then she has to come forward and apologize, right, to the whole class. You're relying on that teacher's value system. Maybe, Amber and her family and half of the other kids in that room are like, yeah, that's not a big deal. Why did she even have to apologize? Who would ever have to apologize for that? So you see where that slippery slope comes in? Because these aren't definitive, you stole something, we have no video, you're going to jail. These are like value issues. And I don't think the school has the right to say, you did something wrong, and now you're going to have to apologize in front of this whole class. And Amber and her family and all the people at her church are like, hey, that's the way you were raised on Sunday. I'm sorry that everybody else disagrees. Now not only are we being the parent, we are undoing what the parent has been teaching this child for 18 years. I think that's wrong. I have a lot of other notes, but I'm just going to start with a very basic question. You sent your weekly board update, and in the board update, we had an update on curriculum. This is why I'm confused. This is what you said. We have chosen to adopt Base Education, a fully online or in-class social and emotional learning platform for our students in grades K through 12. The platform offers evidence-based curriculum that meets the Ohio SEL standards from 2019, videos, such and such and such. I immediately reached out to you, immediately. So regardless of what we've all talked about for the last hour and 5 minutes, this is a done deal, right? I mean, this has already happened. It's done. The car's already moving down the road. So I guess my question is, why have we had 2 board meetings about this when it's already been adopted? You already told us it was. That's where my confusion lies.
Well, and I'll just speak to that. The adoption piece was that was selected when we looked at it as a resource. If the board is looking at it as a textbook or as a standalone curriculum piece, then the board has to inform us. And if we thought we had an adoption, if there's no board approval behind it, then we don't have an adoption. That's the way it works. But again, in curriculum dealings in the past, when the whole group of related arts people are here and they presented, these are things that we want to do, and these are the standards we want to set up, and these are the pacing guides and things like that. When they say they want to look for other resources, I put this in a category of some of those other resources. But again, the board feels that there needs to be more information at the board level, and the board needs to actually act on it and make a resolution, then that's the process that has to be defined, and then we have to figure out what level of resources can the teacher decide on, can the curriculum department decide on without their approval, and which pieces have to come to the board.
So going back to my question, because I'm still confused. Are we currently doing this, or are we going to start doing this as it stands now in the classrooms on August 24th?
Not if the board has opposition to it.
Okay, because I really am confused.
There are prep activities going on.
Right,
And there are, again, reviewing the modules, reviewing the videos, and there will be prep activities between the teachers, the therapists, and the administrator. That is going on. If implementation was set for the beginning of the school year, if the board has opposition to that and say, we're not ready to approve this yet until we get more information, then we have to delay our timeline.
okay. So my other, Robin, the CEO, and I'll say creator, is she said that she wrote most of the modules. So she said that they are a software-based company. As we know, software-based companies have breaches. Brent spoke to that point. So the parents in this community, I don't think they necessarily want some software-based company having some breach in their child's information about self-harm or, whatever's going on in their personal family life. I feel like our families and most importantly, our students deserve privacy. Mrs. Zakor brought up a good point. When you're in those middle school years, your brain, you're still developing. They're still developing when they graduate. So that really concerns me that we have all of this very, very, very personal information about our students out in outer space or breach or whatever. That makes me very, very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. So that would be my main thing. Too much information of our students, and that information goes to the assistant principals and one guidance counselor per building. And I just think that's, I don't really know if parents are going to be comfortable with that. The other thing, our counselors don't have enough time in their schedules. That's one thing we always hear. I don't have enough time. I have too many students, So now we're going to take one counselor per building and we're going to put all of this on their plate when they already don't have enough time. So as a parent, my main thing is, help my child get into college, send the transcripts, talk to my kid about the things that I can't talk to them about. This kind of stuff can be handled at home. The kind of things that the guidance counselors are doing, sending stuff to the NCAA, whatever, the sport, OHSAA and all that kind of stuff, college transcripts. That's the kind of stuff that the counselors should be working on. We already have a mental health contract in place. Those people can do this kind of stuff. I feel like the guidance counselors are doing everything except working on the kids and what they're going to be doing after they graduate, whether it's going to college, whether it's, going to a welding school. Do you have enough credits to graduate? Have you taken your art class yet? Do you have enough science? Oh, hey, Billy, you told me you were going to take shop. You didn't. Now you're going to have, that's what they should be working on. That's the kind of stuff that we as parents can't do. And that's upsetting to me because we have graduating current seniors or just graduating seniors who have never spent 10 minutes in the guidance counselor. How do you have a child that is going to college and they've never sat down with that counselor and said, Mark, you're a bright student. You got a 30 on your ACT. You have a 3.5 GPA. Have you ever thought about going to college? Back when I was growing up, that's what the guidance counselors did. Our guidance counselors are not having those conversations with our kids. The guidance counselors should be working on getting the kids into college or whatever post graduation they're going to do. Welding school, beauty school, getting a job. Help them fill out an online application. Do a mock job interview with the students. Let the parents be the parents. Our guidance counselors aren't doing the job that they're supposed to be doing right now. That's a real issue. They're not returning emails in the summer. If we're gonna implement this kind of program, our district has a lot to work on. You can't take a guidance counselor that's already overburdened and put this new dimension onto their daily schedule. It's not going to happen. So now we're going to have less returned emails, less college transcripts being sent. I could go on and on for hours, but I won't. I mean, we've got to fix that. We have to address the basics. As a district, we owe it to the people who are going to have all of this additional work. Take a year and fix what's broken. We have a lot of stuff that's already broken. Until we fix, you can't just start building a house and not have infrastructure. That doesn't make any sense. It's not going to work. And Simon brought this up, Ms. Cooper brought this up, the stress and anxiety. A lot of students have stress. That's just normal. Everybody has stress and anxiety. I completely understand that. But as a district, how are we getting to root cause? So one thing that we like to pride ourselves on is all of our sports. If you talk to parents, guess where the stress and anxiety is coming from? Sports. If we really want to drill down and find out where the stress and anxiety is coming from, maybe we should start having conversations with our athletes and the parents of the athletes. Let's look at the sports. Canceling practices. Practices are an hour long. Practices on Saturday, practices on Sunday. Text messages from the coaches. That is stress and anxiety. When a student has to quit their job because a coach is constantly changing the practice and saying, oh, if you don't practice, you sit the bench. Then you have a kid who has a job at Menards and had to quit that job because first the practices are every Tuesday. Now they're every Wednesday. Now the coach gives them a 10-minute warning. That is stress and anxiety. That kid has to go to Menards to make his car payment. So he has to decide, am I gonna make my car payment or am I gonna stay on the rugby team? Gee, car payment, rugby team, and they're both important. They're both equally important to that high school student. I have a real big issue with that. If we're gonna add this layer of the videos that we saw, the base education, Brent, Robin, everything they presented, we are nowhere near that. We have so many issues already in our district that need addressed before we even think about adding something like this on top of it. It's just, the fact that we're even talking about this, to me, is a huge red flag. That is a huge red flag to me. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else?
Motion.
You don't have to ask, you just make a motion.
I motion to disallow base and SEL CASEL curriculum and training in Tipp City schools.
I second.
So Mrs. Zakor, your motion is to disallow.
BASE.
All capitals.
To disallow base and SEL?
I would say yes, or slash SEL slash CASEL. I believe it's a CASEL based program.
It is.
So base slash SEL Castle.
Then I say slash CASEL
Trying to find it.
curriculum and training.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor to disallow base slash cell or SEL slash Castle, CASEL curriculum at Tipp City Schools. Is there a second?
I seconded. Here's the page of this.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway. Any discussion?
I think I said plenty. We're not ready for it. Everything's timing, and our district is not ready to take this on when we can't even conquer the basics right now.
Anyone? Go ahead.
Okay, so when you say SEL, are you talking all the social and emotional learning that's already happening in the school too?
We don't have any.
Well,
We don't.
in the standards, the state standards, there is some, so it's considered cooperation and things like that. It's already happening in the classroom. So I'm just curious. if
I would maybe change that to
Yeah.
new, any new curriculum. Good question.
Yeah,
I would maybe put new curriculum.
Yeah, and that's a great point, actually, Mrs. Drum. Maybe that needs to be
Well,
a
they mentioned
separate
character
elevated
club.
discussion on.
yeah, so
what
there's a
that
lot
is.
of other
Yeah.
activities that go on that aren't necessarily based in this idea that would, you know what I mean?
I would review the motion to say new.
There's a motion to amend by Mrs. Dunaway to
Good point.
to amend
Yeah.
the motion to say, motion to disallow any new base SEL Castle curriculum at Tipp City Schools.
I would say to disallow base and new SEL, because by saying any new base, you're acknowledging that it's already.
So Mrs. Dunaway, I guess, are you okay with that? Like motion to disallow base and any new SEL Castle curriculum at Tipp City?
I think that's correct. Yeah. Well, go ahead. It's your point.
Well, but then if you say any new, then let's say that, that mandate is officially, well.
It would have to come to us
expectation.
anyway. It would have to come to us anyway as a
Okay.
board.
I was just.
Yeah, it would have to come to us as a board.
Okay, I was
but
just
good catch.
curious about some things.
And they're using it in Character Club, they said. already.
Anyone else?
I think that's correct.
I'll second.
Do you mind repeating the motion, please?
So the amended motion is now motion to disallow base and NAU, SEL and Castle curriculum at Tip City Schools.
I'm gonna wait for the board docs update, just so we, you know what I mean? I don't want to.
As amended by Mrs. Dunaway and seconded by Mrs.
Will you read it to us, Melanie, just so we know exactly what we're voting on? Don't you have it?
Is the castle, I apologize. the
It's all
spelling.
capitals. It's CASEL.
CASEL capitals.
Oh, yeah, all caps.
Disallow base and any new SEL or castle, CASEL, curriculum education at Tip City Schools.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for your page to refresh so I can read it. Make sure you have all of it.
So I'm in the board docs, the meeting, the live meeting. I'm not so sure if
Yeah,
it's
it
gonna come
hasn't-
through into the agenda or not.
It hasn't changed. It's still the same.
So I'm not
Oh, wait, there it is.
revising the
It came up.
agenda. Is it coming through?
It came up.
Okay, I kind of wondered because I'm in a
Yeah.
different area, so I wasn't sure if that's gonna pull over.
Disallow base education. Okay, yeah, okay, you fixed it.
Oh, yes.
So it says disallow base in any new SEL and Castle curriculum education at Tip City Schools. That's good. I think it's good, Melanie.
In this particular motion, was by drum first?
No, it was,
It was
Dunaway
by-
and Secor.
It was initially by Mrs. Secor and Mrs. Dunaway, and it was amended by Mrs. Dunaway, and the amended version was seconded by Mrs. Secor.
Then it's okay.
So, do you have anything else on this amended
No.
motion? Mrs. Secor, do you have anything?
Steve Amber?
Mrs. Strong,
I would like to table this.
You have to make a motion.
I moved to table this.
I will second the motion to table this.
So do we still have to vote?
Yeah, motion to table is on there. Any discussion related to the motion to table? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Maines,
Yes.
and Zakor.
No.
Motion to table passes 3-2. Mrs. Dunaway, Mrs. Zakor being noes. Next time is 2C, first grade smart starts proposal 2022-2023 school year. Mr. Stefan.
Any proposal from Mr. Gingrich? And there he is.
We didn't think there wasn't enough seats in here, so we just took it out. I'm not sure, did you get this document already? I've got.
So yeah, hard copy.
Yeah.
There you go. If you'd like a hard
Thank
copy.
you.
Yes, I would.
Thank you. That way we can.
I need to-
Hey, Jones.
Would you pass one along?
Yes,
Because
Yes,
I
thank
think
you
it's
so
hard.
much. I appreciate it.
Well, Mr. Gingrich came with a proposal, and I thought that if he presented the proposal in person, and he could answer any questions the board might have regarding the proposal, then the board would be fully informed.
Mr. Gay. Thanks, and I brought a couple of my friends with us. Four of the first grade teachers came. They're a great crew and always supportive of me, so I appreciate that. This is really piggybacking on last year because of, we haven't had a lot of positive things come from COVID, but we've had a few things at school, honestly, that we've done that have changed routine or procedures because of COVID, because we had to do them, that have turned out to be really a good idea. Or at least I felt like they were. And this was one that happened last year, but it was a little bit different in how it happened. we were trying to avoid having so many kids in the building at a time. So we started first grade last year, and I was reminded, I had in mind, we did it during the beginning of school, but we did it during work days, which caused my teachers to miss some of the opportunities that were provided by the district. So that's really the change. Last year, like kindergarten, if you've had a kindergarten student go through Broadway or Nevin, we don't start at the same time. We have a screening time, and then they come in, they meet their teacher. They do some of those kinds of things, and as far as assessments, and then they begin a little bit later. Last year, we did that. First grade, met every student. We did have a traditional open house. Every student came in, met his or her teacher, had time with them. Parents then, the teacher did an assessment, did some of the assessments. So that meant on day 1, 2, and 3, or 4, 5, and 6, the teachers weren't doing the assessments that are mandated to be done early in the year while they're trying to teach kids how to go back to school. We've got kids everywhere. So this eliminated that. We had really great results. We were able to start reading groups right away, understand our kids. And probably one of the greatest things that I heard nothing but positive from parents, they had the opportunity to talk to their child's teacher without, you've been to the crowded rooms.
Yeah.
That's hard to have a conversation. And probably some parents need to give some information that you don't want everybody to hear.
Sure.
If I can feel that a little more this year than ever before, but the opportunity for that to happen was really great. My teachers would not trade that in, I think, because when you have 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, 10 parents standing there, sometimes you get all convoluted on who's talking to you, and you have kids running around everywhere. So this gives an opportunity, student comes in, meets the teacher, does assessments, then the parent gets to go down, talk to the teacher, see the classroom, and ask any questions they have. Teacher has an opportunity to answer them. Also builds that rapport. I would read some of these things. You've had the opportunity to read them, so I'm not going to read them to you. I have a good friend who teaches at Northmont, and they do it. It's very similar. It's not exactly like this. One of the things that they did next year, my teachers don't even know this, and we're not proposing this, is they actually have time in December and in May where they just have the kids come in one-on-one and do their assessments. They feel like their assessments have been way more accurate when they had, and they've only done that for 1 year. She said, we just feel like the teachers have that opportunity to really one-on-one with the kids while the other kids are not trying to figure out what to do with it. So that's what we would love to do, which means kindergarten would start on the 3rd. I've got to get my days straight. The 30th, first grade would start on the 29th. So I'd still have my first graders in the building 1 day before the kindergarten, so that I don't get them all on day 1 together, because that's a lot. Doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're trying to get them all home safely, it's a lot. After 20, I think this is my 26th year, I don't sleep very well still, because I want my kids to get home safely on the bus. And that is, there's just this inner, I want every kid to feel good. And I want every kid to feel good about coming to school. And I feel like this is an opportunity for every kid to have a good start. Kindergarten and first graders, they're interesting little guys and girls, you know, and some can come to an open house and it causes them zero anxiety or stress. Others, that many kids in one place, that causes a lot. They're not real comfortable coming back to school the next day. So that's what we would love to do. Hopefully you're okay with that, and that's our plan. Any questions?
I've always loved this so much.
Great.
As long as the teachers like it, it's no extra work. Okay, yeah, good.
I'm not gonna say it's
Seems a
not
little more
extra work.
personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is more,
Allows us to get started
extra work
teaching
that's
right away.
worth it, okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's not, because
It's a lot of extra
they're
work, yeah.
early, they're long before they've been in the last, they've been in. I have to try and tell them not to come in.
Yeah,
Right.
But,
bulletin boards and.
you know, they have to get their room ready and organized and be ready, because they've got they're meeting kids on those days, one-on-one, without really any opportunity to do other things. One other thing that I thought of, I didn't put on here, is how we would inform the parents. I feel like my staff, I work hard at making sure parents don't have going on. So they'll get one calls, they'll get emails. Some people don't look at their emails, so that's why I would give a one call to remind them to look at their emails. They're also going to get scheduled for these. The teachers call, because we don't post lists anymore. My teachers call every kid that's in their class, and we'll set up that schedule for them to come in. So I think we'll have numerous ways to have them informed on how the plan is going to happen.
I think it's great.
Right.
Wait till they get to Randall.
Yeah. Somebody's got her.
Yeah, I personally love this. A friend of mine, her kids they were in Tipp and then they went to England, and they do this in England regularly. And she said it was the best experience for her daughter, especially coming over across the pond and being in that environment, to meet her teacher, have that opportunity to really know who was going to be her teacher that year. She had such a better year that, no offense, anytime she was here in those younger grades. So I think this was awesome. Thank you guys for bringing it. Thank you.
And anyone else? And so procedurally, we just need to make a motion to approve this, correct?
Yes, officially what it does is for this grade, it changes their calendar. It is what it does. So that's what your motion is.
And the benefit is we have lots of extra hours in the elementary. We're not even close.
All right, motion to approve the first grade Smart Start proposals been made by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drummond. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna just type in the motion. here.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys.
I apologize. So it was first by
Mains.
Mains and Drum.
Mains and then. Yeah, motion to approve first grade Smart Start. Mains,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next time is 2D.
Thank you very much.
Guys, have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Beginning school.
Thank you.
Next time is 2D, board protocols, select Robert's rules and infraction. Mr. Stefanik?
Oh, sorry.
Drink before that one, right?
A concern was raised that at the last meeting, that there was an alleged protocol violation when a voted on item was brought back up to be reconsidered. And just thought that the board needed to discuss that in greater detail to see if in fact there was a protocol violation.
Open the floor to whoever has a concern.
I have the concern part.
Mrs. Zakor.
To be very clear, it's not that an issue was raised. It's the antecedent, if you will, for that issue. Now, I'm trying to go through it because there's two key ones. But for example, the new creation counseling contract was put before this board. I believe that was on July 11. Can anybody help me out on that?
I'll check.
July 27th.
The first one? Oh, did you know? Okay, good.
Is it
Perfect.
July 20? Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay.
I love it.
So that was on, and there were several. Okay, so that was July 27th.
July 25th.
Oh, that's right, sorry. It was that
25th.
week. Sorry, my bad. It was that week. Is that week?
July 25th.
No, on July 11th, at the work session, it was on here. I'm reading it. Recommend approval to contract with Nexus New Creations to provide student mental health services for the 22-23 school year. And this is on July 11th work session. And it was motioned by Drum, second by Patry. And the motion failed. The yes was Patry, the yes was Drum, the no was Dunaway, and then Zakor. So there was no majority ruling on that, so the motion did fail. And then it came up again, was that?
That was the 25th.
Yes.
There you go.
That was the 25th.
Yes.
So then it came up again, and that's right, because I had some surgery, and so I wasn't able to make that.
I was on vacation.
July 25th. Are you sure of that?
Yes.
You're looking at the special meeting, look at the regular meeting,
Yeah.
Okay,
look at your regular meeting.
thank you. And I think it's important because it's, yes, on the regular meeting, July 25, for the benefit of our meeting minutes, recommend approval to contract public content. This item was placed again on the agenda to be revisited in front of a 5-member board. So this is where I think procedure, I'm coming in, that we have to, either we're committing to parliamentary procedure or we're not. And so the contract was proposed. There was no corruption in that voting. There was a quorum. There were 4 members present. It was a 2-2. That means it fails. And then obviously it resurfaced on the agenda, which was a problem in and of itself, I feel, because if you're going to renew a defeated motion, that should be done by the board. That is a parliamentary process, I believe, that the board initiates. So if you get here and somebody's saying, hey, I want to revisit, I want to, then a board member would bring that up and put it to the vote of the board. And the board would decide whether or not that becomes an agenda item again. So who decided to put it on the agenda prior to the board meeting?
That decision off the board member recommendation,
Okay, and
just
that,
like I made this one off the board member recommendation. Same thing, same process.
no, I don't think so. It made what, off of the
The
same
alleged
process?
Robert Rules infraction.
No, because we never voted on that. This is a new topic, a new discussion. So I think, again, I'm failing to communicate clearly, so I'll try again. The mental health contract was disposed of in assembly language. It came before the board, a legitimate board, a quorum was present, 4 members were present, a motion was made, a second was made, a discussion occurred, and a vote occurred, and it failed 2-2. That is a legitimate parliamentary process. May not like the outcome, but it is part of parliamentary rules, and it does stand.
I have a point of inquiry here.
So
So is your concern that you're saying is that the motion that was at the last board meeting was out of order as a result of it having already been defeated in a previous meeting?
no, there was no motion. Well, no, that's too simplifying. I'm going to go back to Mr. Stefani. You made the point that, okay, somebody didn't like the fact that it failed, and so now they want another bite at the apple and they want it on the next agenda. That's a fair assessment, correct? They want that item again on the next agenda. Nothing's changed with that item. There was no new question to be proposed towards the board. There was no new contract. Nothing changed. It's other than, we don't like the way it turned out. I think I want to redo. That is very different than what you just stated, Mr. Stefani, like what we're doing right now, because I requested this agenda item on protocol, what's it called? What do you have?
Alleged Robert's Rule infraction.
Yeah, I requested that. Well, this is a new topic. We didn't vote on this a meeting ago or whatever. This is a new discussion item to address what I consider improper procedure. So what happened was somebody wanted it on here. Unfortunately, I thought it was going to be covered enough to attend, but I couldn't. And sort of under this item has been requested to be revisited in front of a 5-member board. Well, what does that mean? There's no.
Well, there were only 3 members anyways.
Well, but more importantly, even if all 5 members came, so what? Robert's rules doesn't say and that particular item requires all board members present. So even that is a ruse, in my opinion. But even beyond that, you're right. At that meeting, we want to redo because we're going to come up with the excuse that we want 5 members present. That's not parliamentary. But even so, when the meeting occurred, there were only 3 members present. So with the 3 members present, the vote, the process continued, I think, very questionably. So there's dishonesty that you want to revisit it in front of a 5-member board because 5 members weren't here, only 3 members were here. So basically you had a 3-member board undoing a 5-member board vote.
4-member board vote.
4-member board vote under the ruse of a 5-member board. It's like, what are we doing here? So it passed. Motion was by Drum, seconded by Maines, and then the yeses were Patry, Maines, and Drum. I'm not so sure, what is that? What justified a redo is what I want to know. Because in Robert's rules, at some point, you have to have a finality. And when that matter was disposed of properly, I think that's the finality. Unless there's a new question to be proposed before the assembly, which I don't think there wasn't. Other than you don't like the outcome. And I think that we talked, I heard for 2 years from one member operating in the shadows, lack of transparency. Wow, we didn't do anything like that. And so now the question becomes, well, when do the redos stop? Maybe I don't like this. Do we put it on the agenda again? Or another redo? I mean, where's the finality when we start losing our way? That's all I'm saying.
Did you have anything else, Mrs. Zakor?
No.
So it's been suggested by some members that you can't ever renew a motion at a different session because if it's already been decided upon, and that's
Never said that. No,
I'm not talking to you directly, Mrs. Zakor.
no, I'm talking to you directly.
Point of order, that's not appropriate. So I have the floor, Mrs. Zakor.
Appropriate does matter in certain circumstances.
Mrs. Zakor, point of order, I have the floor.
Okay.
The fact that something is defeated by this board in one session does not preclude it from being renewed by a motion of any board member. Here, in this instance, we had a mental health contract that failed, and the times it failed to move forward or failed to be passed, there was essentially a deadlock of 2-2, which results in a failure. The agenda item was placed on that last board meeting's agenda. It passed 3-0. That was appropriate under Robert's Rules of Order. The issues with bringing up items that have already been defeated needing to be brought up by the person who was in the majority of the prevailing or the defeating party only applies to the same session under a motion to amend or rescind, or which is section 35, or under a motion to reconsider. Our meetings each constitute a session. So that was a new session. It doesn't need to be any different. It doesn't need to have anything changed. Those circumstances, anybody can do that at a new session. Whether that's advisable or not is a different question. But there's no violation of Robert's Rules of Order. In this instance, the outcome was different. We had a 3-0 vote in favor of this contract. You are free to make a motion. Anyone in this room is free to make a motion to rescind that to the extent that we haven't substantially taken steps to move forward. or to cancel it, I would suspect that with the 3-0 vote, that may not occur, but you're free to do that. I don't know what's gonna happen. So there's nothing precluding that. And so there is no violation of Robert's Rules of Order. There was a motion made, it was seconded, and it was passed by 3 of the board members present, 3-0. Nothing in the rules violates that. In fact, it actually says very differently in section 8, section called freedom of each new session. And this is quoted directly from the 11th edition. As a general rule, one session cannot place a question beyond the reach of a majority at a later session, except through the process of adopting a special rule of order or an amendment to the bylaws. The fact that this contract was defeated by a 2-2 failure does not place it outside the reach of this board. And so long as the majority of the board voted it in, that were present at that meeting, it passes. And this isn't an issue where we had 2 people in favor and 1 abstaining, where it could have changed the result. You had a 3-0 vote, which means a majority of all board members were in favor of this contract. And so it was not a violation of Robert's Rules of Order. It was appropriate and it passed.
So in your opinion, it was not a violation?
It is my
Opinion.
it is, you can appeal my opinion. So you know what, here's what we'll do.
No.
I will treat this, no, I have the floor, Mrs. Zakor.
Okay.
I am the chair, whether you like it or not. I will treat this as an untimely point of order, which I can under the same rule in section, I think section 8. And if you wish, you may appeal the fact that I said that your point of order is not well taken. You can appeal it to the board and then we can vote on it. If you wish to appeal, it has to be seconded by someone.
Well, it's a futile exercise in
Do
futility.
you wish to appeal it, yes or no?
No, I wish to have the floor back.
Well, I still have it.
Well, then please finish.
And so as a chair, I make decisions related to the Robert's Rules of Order. If you don't like the decision that I make related to Robert's Rules of Order, you may appeal it if it's seconded by another member. You can appeal it to the board itself. I am deciding that this point of order is not well taken. Even if it was timely, it would still fail. And that's my decision. Mrs. Zakor?
So I feel that it is not well taken to put public content in here that you're going to revisit an item in front of a 5-member board, and that 5-member board doesn't exist, but you continue on with the vote. To me, that's fraud. That's just sleight of hands magic show going on here. You could have done many things, but backing up, because I don't want to get sidetracked, from the very beginning of this, I believe that under Robert's rules, to renew a defeated motion, that should have been raised at the time the meeting convened. I believe it should not have been a predetermined board agenda item because it had already been disposed of. I believe that when you got here, then I would agree with you that anybody who would like to revisit or to renew a defeated motion could have raised that at the meeting and request it. And it's the board's right to decide on vote whether or not they're going to renew that. You took away, in my opinion, you took away the right of the board to vote on that process by predetermining it and putting it on as an agenda item when it was already disposed of a meeting before. And even more concerning to me, Mr. Patry, is when you were in front of the camera talking about this, it was very dismissive, in my opinion, to say, well, we don't have 5 members, basically, I am paraphrasing. We don't have 5 members, but we're going to go ahead and vote because we already know how the other 2 feel. Well, part of parliamentary process is making your arguments of persuasion or dissuasion. And because the 2 members weren't here, they weren't making arguments of persuasion and dissuasion. And you're assuming that everybody herds together and rubber stamps and can't think independently. Well, guess what? Sometimes you can influence the decision-making of people. And it's valuable. That's what it's for. You come here and try to affect those outcomes. So to dismiss it, say, well, those two members aren't here, but we already know how they're gonna vote, so we're just gonna plow through. We've lied to you. We said we're gonna do it in front of 5 members. There aren't 5 members, there's only 3 of us, but we're gonna keep plowing through because we're gonna be the majority and we're gonna flip it. We're gonna flip the decision. That is not good board governance. It's disrespectful to the minority of the board, and I just hope it stops. And that you will be more forthright with the public in what you're doing.
Anything else? Mrs. Dunaway?
I have a question, I guess for Melanie or the 3 of you who voted on this contract. Did you guys cap this contract with a dollar amount?
The contract,
They had an amount in it.
That was the
With
minimum.
Adding a day, I think, but I don't believe it had an open-ended amount.
Actually, it does.
Yeah, so the minimum, you guys approved the contract, which is $78,000 minimum. But there's also an entire section in there about group therapy and how that can be extra. So a $78,000 contract might turn into $100,000 or $120,000. So I think it would be good for the 3 of you, since you passed this, to look at that contract. Melanie, maybe you look at the contract, and I don't know, do we need to cap it? Because we just added a day, that's a new thing. We have the assistant principal in here saying that stress and anxiety and all this stuff is being very escalated. You know, who knows what's gonna happen? I don't know what kind of summer we had with our students, and, you know, there's always like a theme going on, or I don't wanna say TikTok, but it seems like things get, peaked in the start of the school year. I think things maybe get started over the summer or simmer over the summer, and then you go back to school, everybody's in class together, and things can kind of go crazy. There's probably like a higher need, and plus the kids haven't had services. So the reason why I did not like this contract is they don't offer summer services. So that's why I have never been a fan of this company. So anyway, I just think it would be prudent to look at the contract, revisit the contract, to make sure that we have some type of fiduciary financial number cap, something on there, so we don't go from 78,000 to 120,000, 140,000, who knows what. Sorry, do you have the verbiage pulled up? If you go ahead.
I do. It's number 13, wraparound services may be after school at a rate of $70 per hour, specialized training at a rate of $100 per hour. And this speaks to my comment that I think it's very dismissive to speak on behalf of 2 members that aren't here, because had those issues been raised, it could have been a dissuading factor or a persuading factor. I don't know, maybe you have nothing, I understand what you're saying about the content, but I'm also talking about procedure. I'm hoping others have concerns about procedure as well.
Right, absolutely. I mean, yeah, to say that it's gonna be put before a 5-member board, I mean, I don't care if you put it back on there, but just say revote. Don't say before a 5-member board. And there aren't 5 board members here.
And proceed.
Then that's
Disingenuous.
yeah, and there seems to be a theme with you, Simon. Whenever the vote doesn't go your way, we just revote, open enrollment. You didn't like the way open enrollment went. We talked about that for a year. You stirred the community pot on Biddy. You stirred the community pot on library. I mean, are we just gonna have to go to Simon
point of
Says?
order.
No, I'm just saying.
You just, point of order. You
Point of order.
can't, you cannot address a member individually the way you are. You cannot bring up something you just brought up and which is false, by
This
the way.
board,
And- and-
I don't think it's
and-
false,
and-
so
and
we're not gonna go
Point
there.
of
It's not
order.
false.
You want to articulate things related to this, please feel free to do
Okay,
so.
well then let's revisit the contract and look at the dollar amount. We have $1 million roof. The board was looking at $22,500 per base. We tabled that. Who knows if Broadway's gonna need a new roof? Yeah, and now we have a contract that 3 board members approved and we don't have a cap. So yeah, I have some financial concerns. You bet I do.
I have financial
All right.
concerns and procedural concerns, but, you know, and
Mrs. Dunaway, are you done?
I'm done because my comments aren't, it doesn't matter. This is a futile effort. We're just go ahead, steamroll it. Simon Says, and let's just go.
Point of
There's
order.
no point,
So
no point.
is the suggested notice and the agenda is inappropriate or somehow misleading? I feel that it provided notice of what would occur at the meeting. The fact that board members weren't present is not something that's within my control. The other issue is that, yeah, it was suggested by a member that we know what the vote's gonna be, so just steamroll it or something along those lines. I have no clue what the vote's gonna be until the vote's taken. I don't have any understanding of that. I have some suspicions, but I don't have any true understanding. The other issue is just want to remind everybody, members cannot address individual other members. You can't infer unethical, improper behavior. You can talk about things not being appropriate according to the rules. You can raise point of orders, you can raise arguments, but you have to keep it under Robert's rules.
Can you pick and
Decorum.
choose?
A point of order.
Yeah.
And so in this instance, Robert's rules of order were not violated when this was passed. Notice was provided. Their point of order, you need to stop interrupting, Mrs. Zakor. This issue was before the board and during several meetings at that point. Board members that were not present that day had plenty of time to articulate their thoughts and discussions and any concerns related to the contract or any other issues that have been raised today. And the fact that those board members weren't present the day of the vote is outside of my control. Anything else? Mrs. Dunaway.
What's not outside of your control is saying this was put on the agenda to be put forth by a 5-member board. We have a member who just had surgery and a member who's on vacation. So we're going to table this until we have, as the agenda states, a 5-member board. That is my issue.
Anyone else?
And that.
If there's a community member out there who cares about our finances, I would suggest that you send emails and let's make sure that we don't have $120,000 or $140,000 bill with this mental wellness provider by the end of the year. That is a big concern of mine. So I always read contracts very carefully before I vote on them. And that's requires a lot of time, a lot of time. But that's part of why I got elected, and I take it very seriously.
Anyone else?
Yes,
All right, Mrs. Zakor.
I echo that. I read that, I found that because I do read my materials and I do try to prepare it when I come in. And I don't just rubber stamp and I don't flow with family and friends clubs. And so what I'm saying here too is that this 5-member board was so dismissive. And I would also like to urge community members who want to protect democracy and true working and parliamentary procedure. You don't do it here in this area and ignore it over here in this area. And yes, Mr. Patrick, this claim of innocence, you were the chair of that meeting and you could have suggested and motioned for that to be tabled. And who forced you to put that language down to be revisited in front of a 5-member board? First of all, revisiting isn't in Robert's rules. You correctly stated that at the beginning of the meeting. I watched it. Yes, you said a renewal for a motion defeated. That is correct. And by the way, you're referencing the 11th edition. We're working off of the 12th edition of Robert's rules. But anyway, this revisited in front of a 5-member board. Somebody created that language, revisited, and plowed through, and it didn't have to be that way. It shouldn't have been that way. We need to mean what we say, and we need to respect the minority rights of governance and process.
Anything else? Next item. 4E, board officer functions and duties. Mr. Safan.
A request to put board officer function and duties for discussion on the board agenda. And placed it as item.
I move to table this item. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I make a motion that we
Motion.
discuss it.
Motion to table has been made. It's been seconded. Any discussion?
I motion that we postpone the tabling and discuss it now.
I second.
You need to dispose of my motion.
I second.
Chair needs a second.
So sad.
Chair is unsure of the priority of the motion to table and motion to postpone, so I will entertain the motion to postpone the motion to table. Motion to postpone the tabling by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dunaway.
I'll second.
Mrs. Dunaway's got a second. So presently, right now, the motion to postpone is to motion to postpone our tabling. This meaning, if the motion to postpone that's been made by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dunaway passes, we will not be tabling this and we will be discussing this. If it's the desire of the board member to table this so we can move on to the next agenda, you would vote no in the motion to postpone. Motion,
Signal.
it's a description of accurately what's happening and a point of order for that statement, which is inappropriate. The motion to postpone before the board, Mrs. Fox, can you please take a vote?
Okay, we have Maines and Patry at the first.
No, the.
Just trying to
motion-
revise my
The motion to
agenda.
postpone was made by Mrs. Zakor and seconded by Mrs. Dunaway.
To table the item.
No, to postpone the tabling of the item.
Postpone the tabling.
In other words, their motion is to move forward to discuss now.
Yeah.
Versus table.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
No.
Maines,
No,
Patry.
No. Motion to postpone fails. Motion to table is back on, made by Patry and Mr. Maines. Please call the vote.
Second, sorry, my system wants to put in a very strange motion in here that I didn't type in. I'm not sure what that is. Can you repeat this motion? I apologize, that what just wasn't safe.
Motion to table item 2E, board officer function and duties
Okay, just motion to table.
by Patry and Maines.
Patry,
Yes.
Maines,
yes,
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
and Zakor.
No.
Motion passes. Next,
Mr. Patrick, excuse me. I was just flipping through this. Miss Fox, if you look at, I don't know what the proposal, what the procedure for this is. Letter E says board officer function and duties, recommended action. It's a recommended action that doesn't relate at all.
I don't know where that came from. It was in the agenda. That's all I can think.
Are we allowed to revise that recommended action and just?
Well, that's what
Take it off.
that's what I
well, it's
did.
tabled at this point, so we can just move on. And then
It's
we
in the
can deal with it.
agenda itself. I don't know how that got in. I can definitely take it out.
Like I said, it's not even related, so.
Next item,
Figure out.
2F, Tip Pride, Mr. Stefani.
I was asked to put the item of tip pride for discussion on the board agenda. And so this is the agenda item for that discussion.
Motion to table Tip Pride 2F.
So I guess only the certain majority gets to put stuff on the agenda. That's great.
Point of order. Is there a
Point of
motion? Is
order.
there a second to table the Tip Pride?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Fox, call the vote, please.
Patry,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes,
Drum,
Abstain.
Dunaway,
No.
and Zakor.
No.
Motion fails. Mr. Stefanik, you want to lead us, or whoever the person who raised the concern can lead the discussion?
The only information that was provided to me was, could we discuss tip right at the next meeting? But I don't have any information or framework.
Okay, so,
Just open it for
all right,
discussion.
Mrs. Dunaway.
Well, I mean, Simon, you're the board officer, so we've had a lot going on with Tip Pride. Work sessions are supposed to be work sessions. Our work sessions have basically been board meetings. We should be able to come in here and talk. We shouldn't have to raise our hand, this and that. We're supposed to be discussing things as a board. We don't ever get to do that. So it seems a little nonsensical. And other boards across Ohio, and I will even say the country, have work sessions where they discuss things. Amber might say something, I might chime in. Ann says something, I chime in. Rick says, it's called being an adult, adulting. But we don't do that anymore. And we don't have any communication from you. So, you
Point of
know,
order,
we have to,
point of order.
I'm talking about Tip Pride.
I've not heard anything about Tip Pride. The
Well,
only thing the chair's heard
I'm-
is how the meetings aren't going the way you'd like. Please address Tip Pride.
You aren't doing your job. Simon is board president, so that's where I'm coming from. We have no information on Tip Pride. You're the board president. Now, maybe that's just a title to you, or maybe you take it seriously. I don't know. Only you can answer that. But where are we with Tip Pride? Somebody, I don't know who is responsible for communicating with us? Mr. Kramer is the one who is supposed to go to the meetings. Sometimes Mr. Fun. We don't know anything about it. They've dissolved. We just spent $550,000 of taxpayer money on bleachers. We now need a roof. Well, I just want to know what's going on. Did we inherit their debt? Is there any money? Who gets the money? I mean, these are basic questions. We've never seen a financial statement. I mean, if we are going to be in charge of cleaning up the stadium, I would like some information. So I'm sorry that this was so offensive to you, Simon, that you tried to get my motion tabled. What is so offensive to you about talking about Tip Pride? Why does this have you so agitated?
I have no issue about talking about Tip Pride.
Let's talk about it. Try to table it.
I have an issue with an inference that as president, I'm somehow in charge of Tip Pride, or I have the responsibility.
I didn't
Point of
infer that.
order,
She didn't infer that.
point of order. I have the floor.
Stop making things up.
I think the video will speak for itself. As the
You're gonna
board
get recalled
president,
again. You're gonna get recalled again. You're gonna stop.
point of order. As the board president, I have very limited authority. One of them is presiding over the meetings.
This is just communication.
I
just
have the
want
floor,
communication.
this is done with point of order. I have no authority to talk to Tip Pride or do anything related to Tip Pride. Anything beyond what any other board member has. If there are questions, it certainly can be asked of Mr. Stefanik. It can be placed on the agenda. The reason I wanted to table Tip Pride is we do have things to deal with in this work session that I think take priority, that are in old business and new business, as well as executive session. We have a very long meeting. It's already 7:30. And these things were added on, and that's fine. But tabling them to another meeting, because we do have very important things that need to be addressed in this meeting that are on the agenda. And I felt it was appropriate to table them. I have no issue discussing Tip Pride. I just don't think that now's the time to discuss it. But Mrs. Dunaway.
There's never a time to discuss it. I've been trying to bring Tip Pride up all year and everything table. We just spent $550,000 on bleachers because Tip Pride did not have any money. When are we going to discuss how we're moving forward? Why is this conversation so difficult to have? If anybody has an answer, let me know. And how are we abiding by, And how are we abiding by policy 9211, district support organizations? Right there, it says that there's supposed to be Q, any organization that raises more than $100,000 per year from fundraising activities shall provide, here's something, an annual audit of all financial transactions and file a copy of the annual audit report with the district treasurer no later than March 31st of the following year. I've been asking for bank statements. I just want to know financially what our taxpayers are signing up for now that Tip Pride is dissolved. But nobody has ever even told the school board that Tip Pride dissolved. Did they dissolve? Did they not dissolve? Just clear up some of the mysteries. Why is this should not be so agitational.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, I think the reason that we don't like to talk about tip pride is because everyone gets very heated about tip pride.
Really? People are heated tonight about this? Crazy?
So crazy. But I just want to say, as somebody who didn't grow up in this community, what tip pride did is not normal. Most school districts do not have a separate organization that sets up an entire thing to try and create this environment to pull the community together. And so I just think that I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. I wasn't a treasurer there. I didn't sit there. I didn't go to the meetings. I don't know what happened. But what they did do was exceptional. What they did create, even in the small part that they did, or big part that they did, between the community and Tip Pride and the people that were part of it, they did a great job. And at some point, we gotta think, as a school, I feel like we were gonna have to step in at some point and take things back over. Is it unfortunate that we are in the situation where we are right now? Yes, because we have buildings that we need to work on and other stuff. But overall, they did a good job. So I just want to say thank you to those people who did the work.
Mrs. Dunaway.
Actually, Troy's doing this. Troy schools, they just started doing that. They
Awesome.
have a, yeah, so I just wanted to, I didn't want you to
that's-
misquote that because it just happened
I
like the
just
last
said
2
it's
months.
not
Yeah.
very common.
Right,
I didn't
right.
say it's not done.
well, I just didn't want you to.
I just want to make
because
sure that my words are said correctly as well.
Right, I'm not trying to fight with you because there's enough fighting going on here.
Yes, it's true.
And I don't care, the history is the history. But what concerns me is that nobody from the schools is trying to move forward. I don't care. If we need to raise $2 million, give me the number. If we need to raise $3 million, give me the number. We are responsible for the taxpayers' money in the school budget. I don't care. I don't care if it's 8 million, give me the number. I just want to know what we are supposed to be doing and how that's going to work into the Nevin roof, the Broadway roof, the boiler, on down the line. We are just like picking up the rug and brushing this under the rug. It's not going to go away. We're always going to have football. We're always going to have soccer. We're always going to have band invitationals. I am not afraid to have this conversation. I want to have the conversation so that we can move forward. But people always bring up the, and oh, we're not here to fight. Well, we are fighting because people are afraid to have the conversation.
But I think at this point,
Wait,
She's got the floor.
Yeah,
Mrs. Strong.
sorry. So, yeah, we have to have the conversation. We are not being adults if we are not addressing the real life issues. The real life issue is we have a half-finished stadium. And the other reason I'm bringing this up is because I want the stadium at the high school and I put it in front of the taxpayers. That's where the taxpayers wanted it. And let the city clean up that mess. I don't mean mess, but half-finished project. And then let's put it at the high school. I'm just saying, let's get the number and then let's start working on it. And let's figure out what the answer is. If we're gonna finish it at the city park, well, we don't own the land, so that's another whole thing. But if we're gonna put it, we are looking at our buildings right now and a master facilities plan. Now is the time to have this conversation. Let's not be afraid to have it. Let's have it. I want the number. 1 million, 2 million, 4 million, 8 million. Give me the number. We have to put it, Melanie has to put that in the budget. I don't care what the number is, but we have not addressed this at all. I don't even know as a board member, maybe you do, I don't even know if Tip Pride is dissolved. I don't even know that. That's pretty sad to be a board member, just spending $500,000 on bleachers, and I don't even know if there is a Tip Pride. Basic information, I don't feel like I'm being, out of my realm of whatever, expectations. It's a basic expectation. Tell me, just give me why. Why is everything a secret? Secrets don't work. It just creates more issues. That's all I'm saying. So go ahead.
I was just gonna say at this point, I feel like we probably just need to just move forward.
And what, build a new stadium?
No.
Okay, well then let's get the numbers.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on,
Mrs.
I'm
Strong
talking.
has the floor.
Why would we add 2 more million plus to a new building? Like, why would we add that when we already have something that's started? That's what a lot of people are saying. Like, we're so worried about a roof and all this other stuff, but you're talking about adding a whole nother football field out there and adding $2+ million, because it's gonna take 2 million to excavate the area. We've already seen that. It's been published, it's out there, it's whatever. So, but that's a whole nother process. That's even more money. That's a bigger problem. So just take it where we are. Look at the contracts that we've been given and see, do you see what I'm saying? Like, we have contracts that say this person is in charge of this, or this person's gonna help with this. We got those a long time ago. I read through all of them. I printed them off. So we have that kind of stuff. So at some point, I don't know who's responsible for it, but they're gonna have to start asking, okay, are we continuing with this contract that we signed? Are we not? Yes, ma'am.
Wait, hold on. Are you done, Mrs. Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right. You've spoken a couple of
Yeah.
times. I'm gonna get back to you. I've got you noted here. So a lot of things have been discussed just this evening related to Pride. I'm not sure where the dissolution comments come from. Public record of House Secretary of State's website shows nothing having been filed for a dissolution of the corporation. The last thing on Tipp Pride Association Incorporated was a statement of continued existence that was filed in December of 2021. And so the last time I heard, I think Mr. Stefanik, you had met with Tipp Pride, and they had indicated that as a result of COVID, their fundraising efforts have been limited. They had limited funds to contribute any additional funds, but nothing about them dissolving. Is that right?
Nothing official about dissolving. Actually, the last meeting we met with representatives from Bruns and Tipp Pride, and it was to talk about what to do with the situation at the stadium. And that's what we came up with, the idea that we're in the middle of right now. Last we heard any information from Tipp Pride, well, the last thing we heard was that we were able to use the concrete donation that they had acquired for the stadium renovation. And so that's part of the concrete work that was just done, for the bleachers. Previous to that, one of the members of the, I'll call it the Tipp Pride Exec Board, held a meeting, I think at the library, and Ms. Hagan went to that meeting, and that member of the exec board was saying that she was moving out of the area, but there was nothing in there about because she was moving out of the area, Tipp Pride was dissolving. That was not part of the presentation that was presented to me. But there have been no activities that I'm aware of this summer.
I've heard a lot of different things over the years about Tipp Pride, about its relationship to the school district, contractual obligations, things of that nature. I reviewed documents and a lot of different things that it's still not clear to me exactly where we have the ability to do certain things in relation to Tipp Pride or not, and what our obligations are related to. I think it's certainly something that needs to be answered. I think that once those answers are provided, then we have at least a clear understanding of what to do next. I think that what Tipp Pride as an association did was incredible. A lot of people step up and work very, very hard to help the school district out. Obviously, I wasn't part of the decision to continue to stay in the city park. I came on the board 2.5 years ago or so roughly. I do think it's important we understand what Tipp Pride's obligations to us and us to them. And I would therefore, based on that, make a motion that we authorize Mr. Stefanik to find out what the legal obligations of the school district to Tipp Pride are and what the legal obligations to Tipp Pride to the school district are, as well as its current status, including whether it's still operational or not.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Our motion for the board is to authorize Mr. Stefanik to obtain an understanding and present to the board the legal obligations of the school district to Tipp Pride and Tipp Pride to the school district, including its current operational status. Is there any other discussion? Mrs. Dunaway.
So I just wanted to, Amber, you mentioned the fact that you printed all the contracts, you read all the contracts, and that's wonderful.
Yeah.
We all have, but here's the problem. Accountability. I don't care what the contract, yeah, So I don't care what the contract says, there's nobody in our district who has been holding Tip Pride accountable. And my question for 7 years has been, who is that person? Is it superintendent? Is it the treasurer? It used to be the athletic director. Then we got a new athletic director, and the current athletic director says it's not his job. There's all this finger pointing. I want to eliminate the finger pointing. That's all I'm trying to do. And I want to get a handle on the finances. That's it. If that's unreasonable to some people, I'm sorry. I am not going to apologize for getting to the bottom of what the community is going to have to spend on the stadium. I will never apologize for that. And who in the heck is responsible at this district level? Because it hasn't been happening.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I'd like to add a couple things.
This is important.
I think the original intention of Tip Pride was very well intended. I also think it was a strategy, if you will, to put the stadium at the park under the umbrella that it was going to be at no taxpayer's expense. And I think it was done, you know, and there had to be a carrot, there had to be a buy-in why to put it at the park when the majority of the community voted for it to be next to the high school. So there had to be a good story there to say, well, we're not doing it at the high school because that's going to cost tax dollars, but we can do it at the park. And I assure you, there will be no tax dollars. It'll be volunteer raised money. And so, hey, that's a pretty good deal. I mean, that is a good deal. People are like, respond to that. Like, okay, you're not going to raise my taxes anymore. Yeah, I guess I can live with that. So I think that story is there. And then for some reason, it seemed that the Tipp schools contributed more and more. You talk about the wonderful things, and I'm not saying they didn't do wonderful things. They probably put a lot of time in it. But at the same time, that turf at $750,000 came from this district. It was, yes, I don't know if I'm using the right word, a gift or bestowed to the district from the premier, but it wasn't tax dollars. But the point is that money, had it not been used for the turf, could have been used in athletics and some other means for the district, whether it's to waive all athletic fees for X number of years, you know, kids don't have to pay it because we're going to take care of it, whether it's uniforms, whatever it may be. The point is, it was money that was meant for us, the district, and it ended up being on the turf, which was supposed to be raised through donations, okay? So, and then I guess there's also the understanding about the concession stand and the bathrooms joining with the city, which is taxed, but I don't know about all that. I think here what's happening is things started sort of fumbling and floundering, and it gets tiresome. And I think that it's very reasonable for us to have a wrap up on this and understand where we're going to go, what we're going to do. I mean, it can't just keep lingering and do piecemealing here and there. You know, 500,000 on the bleachers this year. Oh yeah, well, we'll do another 500 next year, and then You know, there's got to be some consensus how to finish that out, how to finalize that. So I think that Mrs. Dunaway's putting this on the agenda is very appropriate. Because I think it's also an ancillary conversation with our facilities. You know, do you put several things on the ballot separate? Do you package it I don't know. But the discussion needs to be there, because if we're just going to bury our head in the sand and act like this is going to resolve itself, it's not, and I think it's going to be more costly in the long run.
Anyone else?
I just have two questions. I don't recall the citizens voting on putting the stadium over at the new school.
Survey.
Survey. When was that? Oh, yes.
Anyone who knows the answer can answer.
We're supposed to raise our hands if you recognize
Go
the
ahead.
chair.
Go ahead, Mrs. Dunn.
Yeah, I have it. I can try to find it for you because we were on a levy committee. Liz and I have it. It was, oh, I forget I always carry that, you know what? I always carry that notebook. Let me keep talking and I'll try to find it.
It was about Mr. Mays, I can tell you, because I remember too, it was about a 27% spread.
It was a big difference.
It was between
I might
putting it
have
at
it.
the high school and putting it at the park. So
And then the other question is, we keep talking about the field being over $500,000. I thought it was less than $450,000. Is that not right? For the bleachers?
So if you pay out the interest over
Oh,
the
with-
course of the 10 years,
Okay.
and
So
we haven't made one payment yet, so when we decide that, maybe we'll decide to shorten that.
the bleachers was
interest,
less than
or I just don't know.
$450,000.
Yeah, we haven't had.
And that didn't include the fact that we received a donation from Brunswick Concrete. So what was the net cost to the schools for the bleachers? And including, we didn't pay for the concrete, so we're paying for.
It was like
the bleachers
424,
themselves,
423 a year.
Okay.
the concrete, I believe, was from Ernst, just to be fair.
Okay,
Yeah, I think it was like 50,000.
right, I thought there was some.
I mean, that was really
So,
nice.
but the school itself is committed to 424 for the physical bleachers, plus interest if we don't go ahead and pay it off. That would be if it was extended out over a full 10-year period.
Correct.
Anyone else?
Rick, I will find that for you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
The present motion is to authorize Mr. Stefanik to obtain information necessary to identify the legal obligations of Tipp Pride to the school district and the school district of Tipp Pride, including the current operational status of Tipp Pride. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Patrick,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes,
Drum? Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is item 3A, administrative salary schedules for 2022-2023. Under old business action is recommended approval of the salary schedules for 2022-2023 school year for administrative staff. Here is the administrative salary range attached to the public comment. Any executive comment? Mr. Stefanik, did you want to introduce this?
Annually, we put the salary schedules for all the different administrative classifications. These have been updated through our HR department, and they're being recommended for approval this evening.
Any discussion?
move that we approve.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Maines. Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second,
Then you can-
Mr. Maines and Mrs. Drum. Mr. Maines, did you have any discussion?
No,
Mrs. Drum, did you have any discussion?
No,
Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, Melanie, did you get that number for me that I asked for, the amount, the dollar amount of the changes?
So it should be attached, the new item with the total.
I didn't see the total.
So when we had a new item,
That's actually the next item.
It's the next.
Oh,
okay, so these are all, yeah, these are all the
Just
ranges, the first item.
Gotcha.
Anybody that's a curriculum
I did not
director would-
see it.
would have these salary ranges.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
thank
what this
you.
one is.
I read that wrong. Hang on. Okay, never mind. I'll ask it on the next one.
Yeah, I
I
guess,
got you.
yeah, for this is the general framework of
Yep.
salary structure,
Understood.
not the specifics.
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, yes, I saw the form. So at the last meeting, this got tabled because something was incorrect. Did we have the wrong table? I was confused on that.
No,
Because I
what we
reviewed it.
had is we had a recommendation for a change. And we couldn't access the document to make the recommendation,
Okay,
to put the right document in there. So we've made all the adjustments and it is correct as it stands.
okay, was there, the new titles are in this document then? Because I know people got new titles. Am I reading that wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, there's been a lot of emails and there's a lot of changes on board docs, a lot of updates. Okay,
Yes.
I'm good. I just zipped through it real quick.
This is basically the principals,
Yep,
isn't it?
I gotcha.
And district administrators.
That is my
The
question. I'm
different
good.
District administrator pieces.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, the new titles are on here,
Okay.
the new information is on here.
Anything else, Mrs. Noe? All right, Mrs. Zakor?
Yes, my comments would be, first of all, I think this is just my feelings, that too many titles of director. And I know every organization views this through a different lens, but to me, a director is somebody that has more visionary, goal-setting responsibilities, and typically has managers report to the director. And managers have people under them that report to them. And so I just feel like some of this, everybody's a director or an administrator, director, I don't know. My personal feeling is a little bit overused. And then I also would like to say that I don't know of many school districts that offer 100% of Medicare paid for their administrators. Now when I was at OSBA, I asked this a lot and I heard that, yes, it's oftentimes the top two positions, the superintendent and the treasurer, because you're never gonna have more than two you're only gonna have one superintendent, you're only gonna have one treasurer. And so you can secure that spot with a lot of nice benefits in order to be competitive and get talent filled in those positions. However, beyond that, I mean, 100% Medicare for administrators that are many of them making over 100,000, which means, if I understand this correctly, they're having zero taken out of their paycheck of the employee portion that they pay towards their Medicare. The employer, which is the Tipp schools, picks up the whole thing. And I think that's excessive. I feel like that we can address that, maybe not now, maybe not this year, but it needs to be a priority, especially as we look at money more and more carefully, as more and more vouchers and charter schools are making inroads legislatively. I think we really have to protect our public school system. And I asked a question about a year ago, if, for example, we kept the 100% on the treasurer and the superintendent, but removed that on the other positions, what kind of a cost savings would that look like to the district? And at that time, Mr. Stevens said that it'd be about 100,000 a year. Just eliminating the district picking up that employee portion that, employee pays that portion rather than the district paying all 100%. Well, 100,000 in 10 years is $1 million. And so, I'm looking at things like this that I hope we have another discussion with in 2020 and 2021. I'm really proud, we've had some struggles, the three of us, but I'm really proud that we came together a 5-0 vote on healthcare benefits. And we addressed that because that was also one of those things, 100% paid to administrators, nothing on their paycheck. I mean, come on. And so, we looked at sort of an equity issue, and then teachers, they're on an 80-20 plan. So we uniformed that and across the board for administrators. I think it was a great move. I think it was a great gesture in fairness to all. So I'm hoping we can continue with some dialogue in this because I believe in cost savings is going to be necessary. And then one other final comment, and Dr. Tuttlehouse, we did vaguely have this. I know again, maybe not this year, but I'd like to see us move a little more towards a performance-based pay for our administrators, and not just talk about it and keep kicking the can down the road every year. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Noe. Mr. Maines.
The Medicare rate is 1.45% that will come out of each one of their paychecks if they were paid on their own. So if there's 14 administrators here, and if they averaged 100,000, which they don't, that'd be $1,450 per administrator per year. So
it's actually more than 100,000.
No,
it's
it's
less. It's a
oh,
lot
gosh.
less.
But I thought it was more than that.
No, it's not.
1.4.
No, it's 1.45%.
And how many administrators are you?
There's 14 of them.
No, no. There's
On
more
this
than
list,
14.
there is.
There's not.
I see 14 on this list.
It might be 16 if you count the superintendent and the treasurer.
So I'm
Oh,
just
yeah,
going with
I don't
Mr.
think you're on there,
Stevens.
are you?
We discuss a lot of numbers, so maybe that 100,000 sticks out in your mind for a different reason, but I remember, okay, I'm not, it was a very long meeting with a lot of numbers.
That'd be 23,200 a year, 16 administrators, each making $100,000.
So maybe it was the pickup on the stirs on the
Yeah, it
SERS.
must have been something else.
Yeah, I think it was pick up on the pickup. That's great.
That could have done that, but either way, even at the 23,000, to me, that's a cost that can be reined in and justifiably so, and it's competitive, and it's just fair business, you know?
Mr. Maines, do you have anything else?
No.
Anyone else? I think for me, when we're looking at this type of item, I try to think about what's market, meaning, you know, what you're gonna see out in the marketplace and what the cost of it is to the school district to retain and attract good people, but also be mindful that we're not overpaying when you look at the marketplace. I think everybody on the administrative staff are phenomenal. We've got great people, great staff. And so when I say overpaying, I don't mean that they're not worth every money. It's just that we have to be fiscally responsible and have fiduciary as it relates to finances. I think that, you know, looking at different things like performance pay and what's market related to picking up that 1.45% on Medicare and to pick up on the pickup, things of that nature need to definitely be examined in relation to the fiscal health of the school district. While also remembering that we also have a cost associated with losing good people. And so kind of balancing that together is kind of a tricky issue. I think that is worth a good work session or two halfway through the year versus closer to, so that we get to the finish line on those things, to reevaluate where we are and make sure that we're not, when I say overpaying, I'm not saying that you're not worth every penny, just that our practices are in line with what's required for the market to maintain and attract good people. Anything else? Mrs. Fox, if you can call the vote, please.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Abstain.
motion passes. Next item is 3B, administrative staff for 2022-2023. Recommend approval of the following administrative staff for 2022-2023 with executive content attached. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion, Mr. Maines?
No.
Any discussion, Mrs. Drum?
No.
Any other board members? Mrs. Dunaway.
Did we end up going with the 1% or 2%?
One.
Okay, gotcha. So the only thing I have to say about this is I don't like mid-contract raises. It's just, you know, to me, you know, I'll just use it.
Well, you mean like second year of a 2-year contract?
Yeah.
Type of thing, okay.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to define that.
Yeah, so because like if you, let's just say you know, I'll use you an example because this didn't happen. You were a new superintendent. You come here, we say, hey, we're gonna give you $100,000. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sign a 2-year contract, no problem, right? Because you had no experience. Maybe you were a high school principal, maybe you were a janitor, it doesn't matter. You've never been a superintendent. So granted, maybe you are a little underpaid compared to other superintendents, but it could, yeah, there's experience, all this stuff weighs in. And as a new person, that tends to happen, because as a district, we're kind of taking, a chance on you. Because we're saying, well, here's a person that was in the classroom teaching, but now they want to be communications director. So we like your spirit, we like your spunk, we like you're interviewing great. We're going to give you the chance because your prior district, for whatever reason, would not let you out of the classroom. But come on over. We need fresh ideas, whatever. We're going to give you that chance. So then the person gets here and says, this is a lot of work. I mean, I've been here for a year and I need a raise. Well, now is not the time to get that raise. You do that at the end of your contract, right? Before you get renewed for a renewal. So I'm not a fan of mid-contract raises. Unless there's some extenuating circumstance, maybe it's the business side of me. It just doesn't seem like good business. That's all.
Anyone else? This is supported.
On, I noticed in here under the titles, the positions for Title Hub, assistant super.
Oh, you're just talking title?
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, if we go too deep into, we have to go back into executive session, but if you're just talking about what the title is.
Yeah.
That could be an error. Go ahead and ask your actual question.
Okay.
Go.
It states Assistant Superintendent and Director of Human Resources. What's
Right.
that about?
Well, it's a revision that was missed. I can't bring it up because I think we talked about executive
Right,
session.
it was executive session.
Yeah, but there was a revision, it should be there, and so it should say Director of Human Resources.
Oh,
Minus the assistant superintendent.
Yes.
That was the
so
confusion.
it's just a typo. Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it gonna be fixed?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, because it's on the paper, so.
Yes, what we had, when we were revising things, we had two charts going. And so we had this was supposed to be the presentation chart, but we had like a work chart. And so we just didn't change the title on both charts. My mistake. We're not changing it and not catching it.
Anything else this is support?
No.
Anyone else? This is Dunaway.
Yeah, so I am not against the 1% at all, but I don't like mid-contract raises, so I just want to be clear on that. That's it.
Anyone else?
Is there a sticker on your hand?
Oh, that was a while ago.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, sorry.
I want to say that every administrative staff person is extremely valued and appreciated. 1% raise given the rate of inflation is obviously not a huge amount. The issue is the school district's facing some pretty tough future fiscal decisions. We have a lot of things coming forward. It's not a reflection of how much we value, at least not me. And give more, something I would gladly do. Thank you for all you do. That's all I'm going to say. Mrs. Dunaway.
Hey, next year, can we just maybe do like a little footnote or a little asterisk or something so that people in the community know the dollar amount of the raises? Because I think that's important, because this is taxpayer money.
Right.
And we're not just talking about a 1%, there are some actual raises in here, raises and 1%. And if we could just do like a little chart so that people know, because this isn't our money,
We can add that, again, that
just
was,
transparent,
there was
being
a,
transparent.
again, on the Excel sheet, there was a totaling mechanism at the bottom. And so we put in the presentation, when it didn't have a totaling mechanism, so we can add that when we make the other revision.
Yeah, because I asked Melanie for that number, because we didn't keep any of our papers. So I asked Melanie what that number was, because I thought I had a guess in my mind, but I didn't get that number back, so.
I'm sorry, I thought what you were asking was what is attached.
No, I asked for the mid-contract raises, mid-contract raises.
Well, you did, and then I thought it said in there, not the 1%, and then so.
Oh, I already knew, the 1% is the 1%, right?
Yeah, so it's, I think 1% and the raises, Dr. Tuttlehuff, raises and the 1%, 12,000.
Yes, it
12,500.
was 12,000. It was on the,
That can't be right.
yes, it is.
I don't
And
think
it's
so.
24 with the two, with the, I'm sorry, no, she's right, just the 1% was 12,000.
Right, exactly,
Okay,
because
okay.
I remember very
So
distinct numbers.
That
of
number
raises.
should have been attached, that's not the correct chart, I don't know where that chart came from,
Okay,
because it's not the one that we had, we
Right.
had one with the numbers on it, so.
When we revise this one, we can put the total at the bottom as well.
right. My point is.
1% in the changes.
Right, because my point is, we're going to our community to ask for money for a new building, but we're not being honest with this chart, right? Because somebody's gonna go, oh, I watched the board meeting, I didn't know people got raises, I didn't know they got a 1% COLA, which is fine, we're within our right to do that, but we need to be transparent so the community knows what we're doing, because then they feel like we're lying to them, or trying to hide stuff, so they're not gonna give us $51 million for a new school. So just always be upfront, Yeah, always be upfront.
We can go and put the asterisk on there
Right.
before we release it out.
Thank you, that'd be helpful.
We can do that.
This is the court.
So if these are approved, then it is public knowledge and domain.
Yes, once it's done.
It's on the board. Now.
What's in your executive content right
No, it gets transferred after the vote.
now?
Yes.
Right, yeah, that's
Yes.
my question, so so it is public.
Yes, yes.
You're gonna make sure that not just the 1% COLA, but all the raises that are.
Total amount. Yes.
And while we're talking about that, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that a lot of these raises were related to our doing a review of the market and making sure that the positions and the people that held those positions were in line with the market conditions. Is that correct?
That's. Okay,
This is that way.
it's just all very, without, it's all loosey-goosey, I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's emotional based, and it shouldn't be emotional based, that's what I'm saying. That's all.
Anyone else? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No,
Patry,
Yes,
and Zakor.
Yes,
motion passes. Next item is item 3C. Wayne Valley CTC, a start date change. Recommend approval to change the MVCTC aid Kristen Netherly start date to August 12th, 2022 instead of August 18th, 2022. This change is due to MVCTC starting earlier than our new staff orientation date. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Dunaway is away from the desk. We have Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
yes,
motion passes. Next item, pilot program MOU. Information and discussion, Mr. Stefan.
Yes, about a month ago, brought up an MOU, or recommended MOU with the TCA to permit us to initiate a pilot program to provide some supervision to staff members' children that would fall between the different schedules between our secondary schools and our elementary schools. During that meeting, there were some concerns raised that statute or policy prohibited, this type of MOU from occurring in the school district, or this type of program from occurring in the school district. Did some research on that and we're given an opinion that it's not outside the policy or statute to offer this type of pilot program. So with that new information, asking the board to consider the MOU to initiate the pilot program, which would be a year to study whether or not we could provide this this opportunity to our staff members. With the realization that there are some specifics that are left out. Some specifics will be based on a building to building basis. Working with the administrators and the TCA and our staff here at the board office, we will work to see if we get the pilot program that was satisfactory to all involved.
Mrs. Dunaway.
Where are the attachments? It says 2 possible attachments. There's no attachments. Do you guys have attachments?
Which one?
Right.
The original.
Yeah, it should be one attachment. There was a revision made to the MOU and it needed to go to the TCA to see if they were okay with the revision. And we didn't get that back before the board meeting.
Okay.
Voted in, so
We
there's
were
only one attachment.
Waiting all weekend on it. We never got it.
I was just waiting for a
Okay.
response if they identify. So you just have the actual original. Is what's there.
So should we table this because we don't have an attachment? There's no attachment. I mean, I don't. Go ahead, sorry.
The second attachment's not there. The first attachment is there.
Right.
Anything else, Mrs. Dunaway?
No.
Mrs. Zakor.
Yeah, here we go back to the conversation of procedure. And this was voted on June 27. First, there was at the meeting, there was an approval to table the MOU on the pilot program. And that that resolution failed. Then right after that, at the same meeting, there was a recommendation to give Mr. Stefanik authorization to get more information on this program regarding the MOU for the pilot program and report back to the board. That motion also failed. So why are we seeing this communication? The superintendent was not authorized to pursue and get more information, yet in this document, which I'm not going to read because it's attorney-client, but it clearly states in very certain terms how this got generated and by whom. And so my question is why? There was no authorization for that.
Well, first, the superintendent's position along with the treasurer has never needed authorization. But second, from that meeting, I took that motion to be in place of acting on the MOU. And so when it was defeated, that no, it wasn't going to give permission to the superintendent to go act on it, as part of the tabling motion or a separate motion like that, then when it was defeated, I felt that it was defeated with possibly misinterpretation or inaccurate information about the law. So I wanted to check on the law and whether or not we could even look at something like this.
So Mr. Stefanik, honestly, I'm not really sure what you just said. This, it's very clear, recommend to amend the recommended action, giving Mr. Stefanik authorization to get more information on this program regarding the MOU for the pilot and report back to the board. And that failed. But yet that's exactly what you did. You went and got more information and then reported it back to the board.
And if the board sees that a mistake, there were 3 motions going on that evening on this one item. And I thought, okay, and in my interpretation, I could be wrong, but my interpretation, I took the first 2 that were defeated to be in place of the actual motion to accept the MOU. And so when they were defeated, I thought that they were defeated as replacement motions. So again, not an all-out prohibition, but should Mr. Stefanik go check it out instead of acting on the MOU? And the board said no. We don't want to check it now. We're going to act on the MOU tonight.
No, because the third motion was recommend approval to adopt the MOU.
Right.
Between the schools and the TCA in relation to the pilot program only. And again, that motion failed.
Right. That was actually the first
3
motion.
separate topics, 3 separate failures.
Right.
So here we are with this having been generated, which I feel was improperly generated because it was very specific, very pointed, that it basically it was deauthorized, and yet it happened. This is procedure. I think it's important for various reasons, but it was wrong in my opinion. It needs to be addressed, and so it doesn't happen again. And here we are. What I said earlier, we were on the topic of the counseling. On June 27th, a legitimate board, no corruption, that it was this very exact same language that's before us now, and that motion failed. That motion failed on June 27th, and evidently people said that there's a faction, if you will, on the board that doesn't like to accept that, and so they're going to pull it back up and put it on the agenda again. And this is just, this is not what governance is. And we can't all get our way. We teach our children when they play sports, sometimes you win games, sometimes you lose games. When you lose a game, you don't go, we want to redo that whole football game because we lost. We need to redo the basketball game because we lost. We're not happy with our score. Oh, I'm sorry. We teach good sportsmanship, just like we should teach good boardsmanship here. So with all that said, and I did read this article or this letter that we received, and I did speak to the attorney. And it's not quite as simple as that. I'm not quite sure what all I can say, but there is some, when we look at SAC, school age childcare programs, there's not a clear definition of when school is not in session. What does that mean? Does school not in session apply to the children that are coming into the building because their school is not in session? Or does school not in session apply to the building that they're going into? In other words, if you have a seventh grader at the middle school who's going to go to LT Ball and sit in the back of the classroom with his parent, his or her parent, that child from LT Ball is not in session. But the middle school is not in session, but the LT Ball school is in session. Well, and now I feel even more clear because I found a policy that I think that school in session applies to the child that's coming into the building. Their school is not in session. And that, I believe, I'm sorry? I was that would be perfect. I believe that's in the policy under assignment within district. That would be 5120. So as a superintendent, you determine the assignment of students to what buildings they go to, and with the best interest of students and the best use of the resources for the district. And that the board shall determine annually the school attendance areas and shall accept the students within each area to attend the school so designated. Well, when you have children coming from the middle school or even the high school into LT Ball, that's not their designated school. And this concept that they're going to go there and sit in the classroom while mom and dad finishes up teaching is still very alarming to me. It's not commonly practiced. I really can't believe we're still pursuing this because number one, I'm putting the district kids first and foremost. It creates a lot of distraction and uncomfortableness. I have not met one parent yet that is in favor of this. I know there's a group that will support teachers and blow kisses at them and say they love them and do anything they want, but I'm looking at the kids in Tipp City first and foremost. And I'm telling you, it can be very uncomfortable for a fourth grade girl to feel comfortable wanting to participate or raise her hand or ask a question or even answer if a seventh grade boy is sitting in the back of the classroom, or even a seventh grade girl. There is that intimidation factor just of those couple differences in grade levels. We have no policy on free babysitting by our teachers. We have no job description for that for our teachers. I believe this is a conflict of interest in terms of, yeah, I'm really taking that. The conflict of interest would be This is 3113 policy, conflict of interest. No employee shall engage in or have a financial or other interest, directly or indirectly, in any activity that conflicts or raises a reasonable question of conflict with his or her duties and responsibilities in the school system. When you're there to teach a class and your child, or at least two children, are in the back of the room, I think that's clearly could become a conflict for various reasons. Then you have to look at the early dismissals on Wednesday at the middle school and the high school, because this is our new schedule. Now, rather than dismissing at 2:20 at the middle school, it's going to be dismissing on every Wednesday at 1:20. If that child goes into the elementary schools, now they're going to be there 2 hours on Wednesdays, from 1:20 to about 3, whatever that time is that they adjourn. We have no policy on this, and to put this here as a vote, it's already been voted down, and to put this here at a work session where no citizens can come in and comment, their children can be affected, is wrong. It's just plain wrong. We need to show more respect to our taxpayers and our parents. Let them weigh in on this, how do they feel. Like I said, I haven't done abroad, but I've already had people reach out to me and say, Ann, I don't want that. I don't want to send my kid to a classroom when there's, and I don't want to be put in that uncomfortable spot as a parent. If something is going on, now I have to weigh out, do I let my child not address and champion for my child, or do I speak to the teacher and run the risk of alienating that relationship with that teacher or making it uncomfortable? We just shouldn't be doing this. This is not commonplace. And then I also would like to say, I could find no position statement on this from the Ohio Education Association. If there is one, I'd love to read about it, but I could find nothing about babysitting on the Ohio Education Association. The closest thing I could find were some rules about teachers advertising their services to babysit outside of school hours. Then there's the educator standards in Ohio, babysitting their children while teaching other children. What? I would strongly urge this board to put the educational welfare of all students. That's what we were charged to do. That's what's in our bylaws, the educational welfare of all of our children. And this shouldn't even be going to a second vote. It was already defeated. There's nothing new in the language here. And as my final wrap up, because childcare is so important, I would recommend that there are people in this community that love their teachers. They really do. And I think that what we should do is formulate a group of volunteers that will be willing to sign up. You could do it, hey, God love them. Some people would do it Monday through Friday. Others might just choose Wednesday. One might choose Tuesday and Thursday. But have them arrive with, of course, the consent of the parent teacher, have them arrive and pick up their teacher kids and do what they would do, whether take them to the library, take them to their home, whatever, and then deliver them back, or mom and dad can come to that house and pick them up. There's other alternatives than using our classrooms to educate our children as also a free babysitting service for teachers. I think it's unwise.
Yes.
No.
Thank you, Mrs. Core. Anyone else? Mr. Stefan.
I just have one clarification point. With the pilot project, I heard the concerns when I first came to Tipp City. And with the pilot project, the one place students would be in their parents' classroom, whether their parent was teaching their class, finishing out their day. They would not be there. That is not the supervision set up for the pilot project. So that concern was made loud and clear when I first came here.
Actually, that's not addressed at all here. In fact, there is no prohibitive language to that effect. It states each unit member's school-age children enrolled in the district shall be permitted to enter the assigned building during the unit member's instructional, non-instructional contract hours before and after the child's school day. Unit members shall sign the written expectations and procedures. Building administration may require unit members' children to report to a specific location and may appoint a staff member to supervise the location during instructional and non-instructional contract hours. May. There is no strong language in here whatsoever that prohibits that from happening. And so contractually, that could happen and they would be within the confines of this contract, I think.
Okay, well, they wouldn't be on what they were signing. When we discussed it, it was clearly
Okay,
stated.
so
that
Mr.
that is-
Stefanik, I don't need to argue with you, but
I'm not arguing, I'm just making a
but this is
clarification.
not a complicated, it should not be a complicated paragraph. And so to say, well, it doesn't say it here, but it's going to say it over there, but this is what we approve or disapprove. And this is where the language should be clear on that, in my opinion. Not some building administrator rules that we haven't even seen, by the way. That should be a part of it.
This is a structured document.
And
that
then
needs to
when it
change.
says, it may appoint staff members to supervise the location. So let's just say, go with your theory that, hey, we even changed the language and all the kids coming in, waiting for their parent to finish their teaching, go to the cafeteria. Then obviously you have sixth graders, seventh graders, ninth graders, boys, girls, the birds and the bees, I don't know. So who's going to supervise that? Well, you say you may appoint a staff member. Well, how can a staff member have time to do that? They're obviously probably doing their job they're hired to do during that time. So where's that staff member going to come from? Or are we saying that we're employing staff members that sit around and twiddle their thumbs and don't have anything to do? I didn't think so. So where's that staff member going to come from?
Those are the discussions with the building administrators on what they can do with the staff members they have.
And that is way too loosey-goosey, in my opinion, to approve anything like this. It's already been disapproved. I think it's highly ill-advisable, and I want the community to know that I'm not for it. And I also want the community to know in the interest of transparency and standing up for them and their children, which is why we're here, is that they should be having more heads up on this, and they should be at the podium able to weigh in on this. It's their schools, their tax dollars, and their tax dollars that are paying for those salaries.
Anyone else? So I just want to say that this is not an action, but a discussion for discussion. So unless someone makes a motion, which I always do that, this was on the agenda to be discussed, not necessarily to be voted on. I think from my perspective, if there's a possibility for a win-win where you have a program that alleviates some of that for the teachers, that's not costing the school district any money, and not creating any risks for liability or impacting the children's ability to learn or their educational experience, that makes sense, I would need to understand the specifics better. So for me, I guess I'm not opposed to that type of program. I just don't understand how it would work until someone tells me how it would work. And I need to understand how that type of program could work without increasing the school district's expenses and changing the educational experience of the students that are at the schools. Anyone else?
We can make this real simple. We can do a survey. We've been doing these building surveys. We can ask, the building surveys, they're touching every parent in the district. Do you want open enrolled staff members' kids in the buildings? Because we're largely talking about the open enrolled teachers, because the teachers who live here, their kids can take the bus. So I'm not saying it's all open enrolled, but for the most part. So when we talk about that, the open enrolled teachers who teach here don't live here, they don't pay taxes here. We've been talking about money a lot tonight, whether it was $420,000 for bleachers, $1 million roof, at Nevin, a boiler at Nevin, who knows, right? A roof at Broadway, money, money, money. It seems to be like the money night. The average family who lives in this district spends a lot of money on babysitting. I had people tell me 25% of their paycheck in this, especially in the summer, goes towards babysitting. It is expensive. So we're giving free babysitting to our teachers that don't live here, but our taxpayers are spending 25 to 40, I don't know what percentage of their take-home pay for their child daycare. And yet those are the people that are going to be building the brand new school. So that doesn't seem like a very good way to treat our community. And the other thing I always bring up is the safety issue. We can't have all of those kids leaving the middle school, walking over to LT Ball, they're getting buzzed in, Billy forgot his book, you know, and then Susie, oh, I wanted to talk to my girlfriend for 10 extra minutes. And the secretary at the LT Ball, buzz, 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 buzz. That's what she does. At the end of the day, when she's very, very busy, that's their very busy time of day. This parent calls in, my kid's not riding the bus. You know, is track practice canceled? I gotta get my kid early, the dentist just called. I mean, you know, there's all these, at the end of the day, our secretaries are very stressed out. There's a lot going on. Then you have, you know, maybe bus 7 broke down. All of the bus 7 kids have to get on bus 9. And on top of all of that, she's buzzing in all of these kids who are trying to get into their mom or dad's classroom. That's unacceptable. They have enough to do. If you want daycare, go find daycare. It should not be in our school. There's just no place for that. Our buildings are not set up safety-wise to buzz all these kids in at the end of the day. It's just unacceptable. And I also worry about FERPA issues. You know, you're sitting in your mom's classroom, a parent calls in, and you're like, hey, did you know that so-and-so's parents are getting divorced? I was sitting in my mom's room when the mom called in. Do you know that so-and-so's moving? Did you know that so-and-so has an F on their English paper? I mean, I'm just making this up. But kids are gonna naturally walk into their parents' classrooms. And you know, if a teacher's on the phone with someone, she's not gonna see her child walk into that room or her child's friend. This is a nightmare. Where's the benefit to the people who live here and are paying the bills here? How are we serving those people? The people that voted for us to sit in the seat. What are we doing for those people?
And their children.
And yeah, and more importantly, our children. We need to start taking care of the people that live here, pay the bills here, and put us in these seats.
Anything else? Next item is 4A, new hires. Recommend actions, recommend approval to hire Bonnie Hartman as the bus aide to be paid at the bus aide step 1 rate for the 2022-2023 school year. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Maine, seconded by Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion? Mrs. Dunaway.
Is this an existing employee? We didn't get a resume. We usually get resumes. No? New employee?
On the bus aid?
Yeah. Is it an existing new employee?
Yes.
New hire? Okay.
Normally, that's just an application.
Okay, normally we get like the, okay, no problem. No resume, I'm good.
Any other discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Means,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Next item is 4B, substitutes. Recommend approval to hire the following substitute staff for the 2022-2023 school year. Adding these substitutes on the work session due to the start date being prior to the next regular board meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Means,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Item passes. Item 4C, summer ESY program staff. Recommended actions, recommend approval to hire Pam Lang, bus driver drive for the 2021-2022 summer ESY program to be paid at our normal rate of pay. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Drum, any discussion?
Nope.
Mrs. Zakor?
No.
I have a point of clarification. I'm sorry, Mrs. Dillon, go ahead first.
You're good.
It says the 2021-2022 summer ESY program. Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah.
Yes. It should just be the 2022 summer ESY program. We just put the school year day in there. ESY extended school year goes longer than summer school to meet the needs of the student on the IEP. Ms. Lang came to our situation. We had a bus driver assigned to that route and something happened, and so we had to get a new driver for that route, and so that's why she's coming here. But yeah, it's just 2022. We got into school year type things.
Mrs. Dunaway?
No, same thing here.
Anyone else? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is item 4D, prior meeting minutes. Approval of the minutes from July 25th, 2022 special board meeting. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Any discussion?
I do have a question.
Mrs. Zakor?
That was the first meeting I've missed, so I haven't.
Just don't know where I'm staying. On the
Well,
minutes.
I'm asking the question, does someone who didn't attend that meeting have the right to weigh in on that?
Because you can review them or review them.
How does that work? Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Or do you abstain to be, so even that you weren't there? So Mr. Hoffman.
You would abstain.
It was on video, I'm not sure.
But I did watch the meeting minutes, you guys know I do that, so, yeah. So I can't honestly say I did that. Okay, sorry.
No problem. Anyone else? All right, Mrs. Fox?
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No,
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is 4E, prior meeting minutes, July 25th, 2022 regular meeting. Approval of the minutes of the July 25th, 2022 regular board meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, is there a second? I will second. Motion by Drum and Patrick. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please take the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Dunaway,
no,
Maines,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is item 5A. Adjourn to executive session. The purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the complaint against a public employee or official. There is also second item under the executive session. Number 2, to consider the employment compensation of a public employees or officials. Is there a motion? I will move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Patry, seconded by Mr. Maines. Any discussion?
I would like to invite David Hurd into the meeting.
Right. I would also like to invite Dr. Tuttle Huff for part of it, as well as Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Fox for part of it. And that's all. So, and then Mr. Hurst's invitation, I presume, is only for a specific portion that's required. But some personal.
I don't
issue-
know what executive session is about tonight, so I don't know. I'll decide when I get in.
Well.
I don't know what executive session is about. I know the topic, but
Well, I guess I would, well, I would suggest that Mr. Hertz
Well, let him
ability
decide.
to.
He's legal counsel. He'll decide once he knows the topic.
Any other discussion?
This is just for B, combining.
This is for B and C.
B and C.
Mrs. Plasko, take the vote.
Patrick,
Yes.
Means,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
and Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes.
we're taking her.
It is now time 8:44 and We are returning from executive session. The time is 8:50 p.m. The purpose of our returning is to address a procedural step. Mrs. Dunaway had indicated she wished to invite Mr. Hurt, attorney. I inquired as to who had invited him in to the session, under which authority, and then Mrs. Dunaway indicated she intended to make a motion concerning the same. And we moved to come back, return to regular session to require that opportunity. Mrs. Dunaway, if you wish to make a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we invite David Hurt into executive session.
I will second that motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mrs. Fox, if you could take a vote on.
Yeah, let me just add it. I need to just add the
Yeah, an item,
item. There's no,
yeah.
yeah, let me just take 1 second.
Thank you.
Action. See. Okay, so under item B, I'm adding a motion. And what would the motion be? I'm sorry.
Motion to invite Dave Hurt, H-I-R-T, into executive session, seconded by Patrick.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Board is authorized Mr. Hurt to attend the executive session. Going back to 5A, we're adjourned executive session. Executive session item number 1 is to consider the complaint against the public employees or officials. Item number 2 is to consider the employment compensation of public employee or officials. Both are brought under the Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1. Invited into the session, at least part of it, if not all of it, would be Mr. Hurt. Additionally, Dr. Tohuff will be invited for some, if not all. Mrs. Fox will be invited for some, if not all, and Mr. Stefanik will be invited for some, if not all. And then no official action is anticipated. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, right.
Any discussion? Is there a motion rather? And actually, before that, I would actually, was there a motion?
I motion and you seconded for her.
Yeah, so now we're on the executive session.
Right.
I actually, motion for, a brief, recess to provide the opportunity to contact Mr. Hurt, make contact with him, and we'll come back out of the recess and then entertain the motion for executive session. It's a motion for recess. Is there a motion? Is there a second to my motion for recess?
I don't think you'll need it.
Yes,
I will, okay.
yeah, yes, I'll second your motion.
5-minute recess. All right. Any discussion on that? All right. Mrs. Fox, just call the vote for 5-minute recess.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. We are now in recess. We'll return at 8:59.
Okay. So I just learned that out. I don't know if it's gonna be there.
As long as I keep recording the recess. Says you are muted. I'm not real sure why it's, I'm still muted.
I return from the recess, time is 8:59.
Oh.
Item 5A, adjourn executive session, recommended actions to adjourn executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22. Under two different items. First item is G1 to consider the complaint against the public employees, plural or singular, or officials, same. And the second item is to consider the employment compensation of the public employees or officials authorized under G1 of the exceptions to the Ohio Meetings Act. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right. As far as discussion, I believe Mr. Attorney, Mr. Hurt's going to be joining us. For some, if not all, Dr. Tuttle Huff, same, Mrs. Fox and Mr. Stefanik. Anything, and then any official action is anticipated. Any other discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. We're now in executive session. Time is 9 p.m.
Record, 7 hours. Oh, no, 6 hours. We got here at 5.
7 hours was the high school when Mark was.
Should be good,
doing it.
Simon.
All right, we're ready?
Yeah.
We are now entering back into regular session. Time is 10:53. Next item is upcoming meetings. Next regular board meeting will take place on Monday, August 22nd, 2022 at 6 p.m. The next work session meeting will take place on Monday, September 12th, 2022 at beginning at 5 p.m. Is there any other business before the board? I just want to note that when we return to open meetings, that the door for the school district was opened up again. And is there anybody out there? No. All right.
It's only 11. Where did everybody go?
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'm in.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Mrs. Zakor, seconded by Mrs. Dunaway. Any
Sorry,
discussion?
I thought it was.
Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Means,
Come on, Rick.
Okay,
Means.
you just did that to aggravate her.
Oh, I'm not aggravated. I'm just tired. I'm just tired.
And then we have Patry.
Yes, all right. Motion passes 5-0.
Right.
The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melanie, what is
Thank
your,
you.
did we give you, oh, sorry, go ahead. Let me know when we're off. I'm so